town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Hello, everyone. Happy Friday and welcome to the Titan Vanquisher League. We are here for the playoffs, and this Friday it is the round of 12. We're starting off a little bit early here with a reschedule of this match happening a couple days earlier. This is Optimal Esports Dynasty taking on True Minded Gaming Death Knights. TMG from Group B and Optimal Esports from Group A, the number 4 seed versus the number 2 seed. So we're going to see who advances to the quarterfinals in this best of 5. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ferris. I'm here to show the world. I'm joined by Soul for this broadcast, someone who's very knowledgeable here in Titan Vanquisher, someone who's been doing a lot of content for them. So we're very pleased to have you on the broadcast desk today. And how are you feeling ahead of today's matchup?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, people are so used to me yapping in content, and now they get to hear me yap in actual live manner. Obviously, I know these two teams a little bit, so I'll be here to lend my expertise and hopefully cast some good games.
Absolutely. We always want to see those good games. We want to go the distance and have ourselves an exciting series. Let's head into the draft for game number 1 between these two and see if OED can be the ones to take down the favored TMG. I believe you could say that they're favored in this one. The 5-2 number 2 seed from Group B. They are starting on the red side with OED on the blue side. And we'll see what happens as now we are heading immediately into the first round of bans with the Yone going to be denied immediately here from Michael Ross.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Ross is one of those players where you have to ban the Yone. There's not a lot of them at this level, in my opinion, but he is one of them. The Hui ban, taking it away from I'm So Vile, is interesting. Orianna also pinching Mike Ross's pool. He's played most of his games on this season on either Yone or Orianna, so it's going to be interesting to see where he goes in draft from here. That's one of my big questions, actually, in this series.
So it's definitely big target on Michael Ross. Michael Ross is someone you praised, at least to me here, Soul, when you were giving me a lot of the info here as I've been covering a lot of Conqueror. Michael Ross is one of the big players for TMDK. And so targeting that pool immediately might prove to be very good for Optimal Esports. We also see Hui and Seraphine bans. These are targeted towards the bot laners, actually, as Kush is someone who plays mages. Crushing Rock plays mages. Kush also likes the Seraphine. So that was something that TMD ended up scouting out and taking away a lot of bot lane presences. Now we're seeing 2 potential bot lane picks already being picked out. That kind of sets the tone here for this series. Bot lane is everything right now. Maybe the Corki goes into the mid lane for I'm So Vile, but typical mage player, likely not going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be a little last patch of OED to put this presence on Corki. Obviously, Corki ADC is still very meta, very strong, but without the flexibility, it doesn't feel as overwhelming V1 to me. And it's also a bit interesting because Kush is usually that team-centric setup type player, playing like Ezreal, playing Ashe. So having him on the pure carrying Corki that has to have a lot of early game threat, bit different for them. Pairing it with Xin Zhao and Syndra makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, they have a very strong early game trio right now.
And I'm wondering what El Rush now is going to play. I've noticed that for the side of Optimal Esports, they like to play a skirmish-heavy style. They're already getting the Zins out here for Scoot and played it before. That's a champion that can get involved very early on. Corki has a very strong lane phase in the bot side. We know I'm So Vile taking the Syndra into the mid lane now with that pickup. And El Rush is usually, or El Rush, sorry, a skirmisher player. So maybe not going to play the weak side. Maybe they're just going to go full skirmish for this side of Optimal Esports. So interested to see to how that ends up panning out. Poppy and Volibear taken away by TMD, denying that Poppy from QERW. They played that champion a lot, so had like 83 games in solo queue. That's a whole bunch. As let's see what counter pick will be saved for the side of TMDK. Will they end up picking their top laner here?
I mean, yeah, if you pick top blind here, if you pick top blind here, you probably need some sort of punishment. Absolutely. I think one of the interesting things in this first draft, both supports here are Rel mains. This time it's Mitski playing Rel, and we kind of see what's QERW gonna do about that. Can they actually spook Mitski perhaps out of playing Rel in future games? It's going to be Leona, one of his comforts. Not really a traditional rel counter, though. So I think Mitski, I don't know why I'm struggling with that name, but I think they're going to be very comfortable here.
And it's going to be, it's not the Kai'Sa pick. I just got word from producer. I was about to say, it's going to be the Kai'Sa here, and I just heard in my ear, no Kai'Sa, no Kai'Sa. All right, so it's not the Kai'Sa. We'll figure out what that pick ends up being very soon.
I believe it is Shen is what I heard.
Oh, Shen. And that is a Canny pick, I believe, for him.
Sense.
Yeah. So, yeah, Canny on the Shen here is going to be able to provide the team with that safety. We talk about skirmishing for the side of Optimal Esports and what they want to do. They want to get an early lead with Corki. He kind of needs that.
This is a pretty unusual draft, I think, for TMG. Like, TMG tend to play mid-carry, low volatility, get a ton of farm, don't die very much. That's why they're one of the best teams in the league. But now they have this skirmish comp where you have Mike Ross on Ahri, you have Wukong jungle, you have Shen wanting to ult in and be active. They're on 5v5, but it's going to be curious about the execution. And their damage is also fairly low overall on this team comp.
They're going to have to rely a lot on their timings and their burst. We are ready to head into game, so we are going to see what these teams are going to be able to have in store for us in game number 1. It's True Minded Gaming Death Knights versus Optimal Esports Dynasty here. Titan Vanquisher League, first matchup of playoffs. This is the first glimpse that we are going to get, and we are on to the Rift for game number 1. I was saying there, Soul, the burst, and you said the damage might be lacking here for TMDK's side. They have avenues to find one-shots with Rel, Wukong, and all that damage they can layer on, but if they miss that timing, I kind of fear that they will start to falter in team fights.
I mean, how do they kill the Xin Zhao, right? Like, if Xin gets ahead, you know, you're not going to be able to do anything with Jin into that champion. You're going to be reliant on Wukong to kind of get ahead in that jungle matchup. I also think, in general, OED scales better. Big theme of this series, OED prefers games to go longer, while TMDK are very adept at finishing games quick. So we might see the snowball. They have a lot of tools for it. How do you feel about their chances of snowballing through this Ahri pick and maybe ending this one early?
It would have to come from their mid-jungle duo. They would have to outplay I'm So Vile and Scootin, whether they find 2 versus 1 fights or they just flat out win the 2v2. Maybe they get Mitski involved in these plays as well to get Michael Ross ahead. You talked about how pivotal of a player Michael Ross is for TMDK. They don't have a lot of options top side. Maybe Shen can pulley Jax around a little bit early on, but in the scaling department, like you said, that's going to go to El Rush's favor. So yes, the answer to your question is yes. I think there is definitely opportunity for them to start to take over, and even bot side too has potential for some crazy shenanigans.
One of the interesting things about this top side stylistically is El Rush and Scootin, good players, very high death count, some of the highest in the league for their positions. Comparatively, Canny and so far Milk and Mocha as well, very low death counts, very solid. But with Shen and Wukong, you don't necessarily see the way to punish that high death count. You're not creating a lot of opportunities top lane. So stylistically, I'd say OED are probably pretty comfortable right now as we see Mike Ross taking a great trade on I'm So Vile.
That level 2 advantage, it's big, and Michael Ross using it to his advantage. And maybe this is the opportunity then for TMDK break out of their shell. You said they like to play low deaths, slower paced game. Maybe they can catch OED here on some aggression and show us that they can play more of a snowball style, more of a balls to the wall style that can really bring someone down early on and have those shorter game times, which you said OED in the longer game times, you feel like you do end up favoring them. Looking at the minimap, Milk and Mocha is here in the top side. El Rush thinks he's had a favorable trade, but guess what, my friend? You are 2 versus 1, and first blood goes to Canny.
I cursed it. I said I'm not sure how they get the top 2v2 going in this matchup, and El Rush finds a way to just straight up die on one of the worst timers you can die. His wave is completely messed up. He had no recall. That's the exact type of downside that makes El Rush a big question.
Milk and Mocha is not stopping Michael Ross. Flash Charm. Is it enough, though, to take down I'm So Vile? Not quite, but they do get the flash off that immobile mid laner. So here, Soul, Milk and Mocha getting so involved across the map this early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a tendency sometimes to be like, oh, the jungler really carried. I mean, the top lane gank, El Rush kind of just stepped up too far, and then mid lane, I think Mike Ross hit a great flash charm, gets the wave frozen a little bit, he's going to be comfortable. But the downside is Skuhin's actually had a lot of time to farm. He's up a level now, he's feeling pretty good.
And he's invading here in the TMDK jungle. Kush and QERW have walked up as well with the priority that they have, so stealing away the blue buff. Milk and Mocha wanted to channel that recall there, decides to stay, is going to bring up Mitski and Crushing Rock to this.
Mike Ross has no flash here. Mike Ross has no flash. He should die here.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He's not going to be in a good spot and is going to immediately die. That's a great call out from you, Soul. Excellent pickup for OED to even up the kill score in this game and go right back to that aggression inside of the jungle. Shattering Strike from Mitski lands, but Scootin wants to continue the pursuit. Lands the knockup. Wind becomes lightning's huge damage. Kush as well follows it up. The Corki is so strong in these early exchanges, and OED take over in the early game.
Nah, that's really good play by OED. I'm very impressed. I mean, that was a fantastic invade by Skuhin. You know, I was talking about how his advantage was that he was higher in level because Milk and Mocha kind of sinned, went for these 2 ganks. Wukong not very good at doing that, and now he's up 18 farm and he's feeling like he's dominant in the game. Good usage of Corki. Really well played by OED.
Absolutely. Scootin as well. You and I know that this player enjoys a carry style of play, has kind of a champion ocean, and has been pretty unpredictable in what they're going to pull out in Titan Vanquisher, but has played a lot of carries throughout the course of the time in the regular season. In solo queue likes to play those carry champs as well. So with this lead that he has accrued against his opposing jungler, maybe we'll be able to push OED into a very favorable spot in this game and kind of spearhead their success. We'll have to keep tracking him and seeing what he does with this lead. Is now 2 levels in, or at least 1 level now. He's feeling pretty good.
The one issue, Jax is obviously very tough situation. Down in farm, down the first blood, his wave is pushing away, and he's now being weak-sided a little bit. But if they can overcome that, we talked about how we preferred OED's scale, and they now have a 1k gold lead to work with.
They definitely do, but Canny here bullying out El Rush. This is the problem with Shen versus Jax. Look at the wave too. He has no teleport. Soul, this is brutal for El Rush. This Jax is suffering.
You could say that this is a Jax problem, and it kind of is. He deserves some VOD review punishment for dying to the gank the way he did. But I feel like this could have been a really good opportunity for OED to continue their tempo and actually lane swap. Push that lane up with their bot lane, secure Grubs, the premier objective, and then Jax can catch the bot wave, resets, he's full health. That type of play style is very viable, and one of the issues at this level, people aren't very comfortable actually doing that consistently. So we see no lane swap, and as a result, OED's tempo kind of stalls out.
I love that analysis there. That would be probably the ideal solution for them. They have the lead bot side too. With that CS advantage for Kush and that extra kill, it could definitely help them to fix up that one issue that they have on the map right now, which is how far behind El Rush is. But they're not going to do that, and we'll see how they end up playing around their leads down here in the bot side. Maybe just going to try and split map, look for dives later on. Continuously invading this jungle is Scootin. Milk and Mocha saying, I want none of that action. I'm just going to take your jungle on the other side. So we're kind of seeing a split map right now.
But look at how miserable this split map is for Jax. I mean, he's getting experience, but he's going to be down 30 CS. He's just getting frozen on. There's no one to bail him out. Milk and Mocha is in his lane. Absolutely miserable state for Jax in this game. Not fully his fault either. This is just a team decision here.
We'll see if they can remedy that with the lead they have down bot side. QERW has been hovering around this mid lane so much, looking for opportunities onto Michael Ross, who still has Flash and also has Spirit Rush. So I don't know how much value you can probably get from trying to gank that Ahri, and it's kind of mitigating how much pressure Kush can actually pressure without his support here. And Jin will have no problem just sitting back and scaling into that late game, or at least neutralizing this lane where Corki, maybe he has the Conqueror in his runes, not the Hail Blade, so isn't necessarily wanting that early lead. But at the very least, QERW, pay attention to this player looking for roams around the river in the mid lane.
I felt like it was almost more of him covering for the Wukong gank because Cinder didn't have flash, but it's a level 5 Wukong. You kind of have to know, like, he's not going to be looking for that gank super aggressively. And as you can see, I mean, the gold lead is now completely even. They were up 1,000 gold, and now by virtue of the tempo,
Let's take a look at ElRush.
TMG take the lead.
Very vulnerable here. Uses the ward hop, and flashing forward is Canny to no value here. So they get that key summoner spell off of the Shen like that. Pretty much for free. ElRush absorbing the pressure quite nicely. Milk and Mocha, though, going for the wraparound. There is no vision, but Scootin is in the area. So 2v2, though, this could actually end up proving beneficial for Optimal. As we're going to see bot side, they're going in. Kush is going to get that first kill. QERW is so very low, but Mitsuki doesn't have the damage. This Corki with the Missile Barrage will finish off the second kill. And Optimal Esports bot lane are online as online can be.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Now they're right back up to that 1k lead. Really well played by the bot lane. Credit to ElRush. Got the Q jump away. Bit of a fumbled gank in some respects, but not easy to pull off with Shen's HP being so low. Good trade by I'm So Vile. Almost could look for a kill here.
It's very close with Unleashed Power. It's around that HP area that Michael Ross was at where you start to get into the back of your mind, okay, I'm in trouble potentially of Syndra just blasting me into oblivion with that ultimate button. But not going to be the case. Michael Ross going to hit that reset, going to TP down. Scootin paying a little bit more attention to the top side of the map now because 50 CS lead here, or 40 rather, it's insane.
Grubs, although he's actually taken a recall with Grubs coming up here, and there's a bit of a
Cyclone mid lane, but this is just good defense from Optimal Esports. They just stopped them right in their tracks, and that's Cyclone down now for potential Grubs coming up in less than a minute's time.
I mean, in this situation, if I'm mid lane, I'm just calling yo. He just used Cyclone for no reason. These Grubs are free.
They're jumping on him right now. Wind becomes Lightning lands. Scootin procs the Conqueror. He is absolutely stomping in this 1v1, but now he's flanked by Mitsuki. Curtain Call is going to come through as well. Milk and Mocha has to be careful, and they're taking a whole bunch of damage. Crescent Guard is still available. QERW is tanking for his team. Michael Ross goes in, gets a good chunk of damage. Deadly Flourish will go wide. Scootin still has that Crescent Guard to use critically, so he is still in a comfortable spot.
3v4, by the way. Corki's just on bot lane chilling. He's calming like, yo, get out of there. I'm getting tower plates.
Yeah, exactly. Kush is just loving that. Honestly, all things considered, you're right. They didn't burn any key ultimates. Milk and Mocha's on the Grubs, but dude, you're 1 HP right now. That's a flash over the wall, Soul. That is so good for OED.
I mean, he was trying to take a greedy timer because he saw Corki bot. He wanted to, like, maybe sneak a Grub if Xin Zhao recalls, but, you know, Scootin called his bluff, gets at least the 1 Grub. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all. This entire early game has been great for Optimal Esports. And heading into this series, we favored TMDK. Of course we would. They're the number 2 seed. They have the better record. Optimal Esports, they struggled a little bit more in the regular season. We saw all of the predictions here from the fans and the Titan community overwhelming for a 3-1 victory for True Minded Gaming. So thus far, as we transition to a pause, Optimal Esports, they've come out of the gate quite strong.
Okay, what is this? Is Collector first on Corki the way? I mean, I'm used to Corki mid, so maybe I don't know the tech. But I'm just used to Triforce first every time.
Yeah, it's, I think maybe because he had 3 kills, and I've seen this before. I watched Cody Sun stream a couple times. He was playing Corki bot when it was really OP. He was building Collector first. It's just a preference, really, where it's like you're more DPS if you have Trinity Force. With Collector, you have that lethality. You will deal more burst damage if you can follow up on CC. Maybe your Phosphorus Bomb, your Missile Barrage will net you more damage in that small amount of time.
Yeah, it's not like grief or anything. People do build it a little bit. I do think Triforce is a bit better, especially because of the dive threat onto him. It makes him a bit bulkier, but hey, if you prefer it, then you prefer it.
So we're going to see now contesting the bottom river on the minimap for this next dragon. Optimal Esports, they had the first one, and I don't think True Minded Gaming has any business contesting the next. They're so far behind in gold. They already have priority. Yeah, Milk and Mocha just heading the other way, but look at El Rush. He's in trouble. Canny is a full HP. He's going to ward hop to the control ward. I have to feel like he's going to get collapsed on
He's gonna get collapsed
here, Soul. They're just going to give the kill over to Milk and Mocha. This would be nice for the Wukong to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be top lane there because you know that you're the weak side of the play and you're 40 CS down. I mean, his game has just been miserable after that first death and getting weak-sided. Bit ambitious to contest this now with a 3v3 on the map. I guess there's no rel.
Is in trouble. Does he have the... Okay, he gets over the wall here, but Scooten's right there to find him. Cyclone to buy himself some space. One grub over to Optimal Esports. It's 4, though, for True Minded Gaming, so they have secured Void Mites for themselves. I think Milk and Mocha, all things considered, is quite happy about that, to be able to just get out. Had to commit the ult, but you get the 4 grubs.
It's a bit odd to have to give up a grub, even a singular grub, when you have the enemy top laner dead, but what happened there is that Corki is so strong they need to 2v1 him. If they leave Jhin alone against Corki, it's going to go really bad. I mean, he's down 2 full levels. So because of that, it's a 3v3, and then obviously in the 3v3 OED is still very strong. Though overall, TMG did eat into the gold lead in that sequence, and game is now back in the balance for sure, outside of this very fed Corki.
So with the composition that TMDK have drafted, they have a lot of burst. They might be able to catch out Kush in fights with things like a Snap Cyclone engage, Flash Taunt, followed up with Charm. There are avenues here, exactly, for them to just take out this carry no matter how strong he is and mount some type of small comeback here, as they're not exactly too far behind just yet. But to be able to shut down Kush, there is still a lot of tools to work with if you're TMDK, and so they're definitely not nearly out of it at this point with the deficit that they have in the bot lane.
For sure, I think putting behind the Jax as far as they have, even though Shen isn't going to be like the end-all be-all this game, having Jax be pretty much useless for another 10-15 minutes, very helpful, because they have no answer to Jax. Like, if Jax was up at 1.5k, they'd be in dire straits. They have answers to Corki, as you mentioned. I mean, they have CC, they have Burst. Gonna have to be a big performance from Kush to close this one out from here.
Absolutely. There hasn't been, as I'll also note, much Stand United value from Canny either. Has Canny even used Stand United once this game?
Not yet.
Yeah, so maybe once in that mid-game fight when around the Tri-Brush, but maybe he wasn't even level 6 at that point. Other than that, he's used it 0 times or 1 time. Been focusing very heavily just on this 1 versus 1 lane against El Rush, which is very atypical of a Shen player. Normally, you're just sacking your lane to play with the team, but it's an interesting difference now, especially Heartsteel getting that extra bit of damage on that first hit onto the Jax. I mean, these trades are so rough for El Rush, so we'll see now with Canny potentially getting involved in the play soon, if that can turn things around for TMDK even more.
I mean, one of the questions I had going into the series, minor question, was like, can Canny, that's a funny portmanteau, can Canny create 1v1 advantages? Because he's a very solid player, but is he actually going to out-trade people, get those edges? I wouldn't say that his lead came 1v1, it was really Jax dying to that gank. But after that, he's played the 1v1 well. He held that freeze fantastically. He has a big lead. Very well played game by him so far. And because of that, yeah, like, you don't need to use the Shen ult as much because Shen is so much of the power. A bit interesting in that context to see them try and go for this bot lane fight, however, directly into the fed Corki.
3 versus 3 it will be if it does break out. Mitski is sitting inside of the middle brush. Channeling the recall is Scooten. That's true. We'll pay attention to Michael Ross's positioning, but here comes the Stand United! Crash down Magnet Storm is massive from Mitski! This will definitely be big play for TMDK. They take down Kush. The shutdown goes to Michael Ross. Can they get outside of the tower? They can. The flashes will bring them to safety. QER is stunned up, and the curtain call will finish him now. And TMDK found their moments, and they strike and are back on top in game number 1.
That was a complicated fight. There was quite a few things happening there. Obviously, Corki did not expect the Wukong to be there. You see the ability of them to burst it. Shen actually missed his taunt on Corki, which looked a bit suspicious, but Mike Ross cleans it up reasonably. It's not the end of the world because they get compensation elsewhere. They got to like take top wave. But that's kind of like the play that you want Ari to be making. If you're playing Syndra versus Ari, the Ari's job is to create that type of bot lane skirmish, and the Syndra should be trying to set up on this Herald during that point, really, and now during this Dragon. To be fair, no ults, you'd expect that this is an easy Dragon for OED. So overall, it's not as big of a play as I think it might look. I think it's still fine for OED.
Especially if they get this Ocean Drake as well, as now, I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be any contest from True Minded Gaming. They don't have key ultimates, so I wouldn't necessarily blame them, although key ultimates for the side of OED also still coming up like that Crescent Guard, but it is Soul Point here very early on, 18 minutes in, so in 5 minutes time, this could potentially be a Ocean Soul pickup for Optimal Esports, which would definitely cement themselves in the driver's seat to be the victors in game number 1. So TMDK have to find a way to be able to prevent that from happening in the next couple of minutes. And that might come down to the lead that Michael Ross has over the Syndra when it comes to that skirmish potential there. I was about to say they took a long time to get involved, but Michael Ross making his name known in that last fight. Let's just see if they can deny this Ocean Soul from coming through.
One of the big comp differences is basically that teamfights are really going to feel this simple. If TMG have ultimates and OED doesn't have flash, TMG win pretty much automatically. If TMG don't have ultimates, then OED wins automatically. The interesting thing will be like, can OED win a fight when they have some?
So Vile locked up with the charm. Oh my goodness, but the Scatter of the Week has canceled the crash down. Now QERW is the target. Scootin is here, and Leona's very tanky. Solar Flare will land onto Milk and Mocha. This is the overextension that TMDK did not need. They lose to. The next will be Mitski. Thankfully, the Baron isn't alive for another 15 seconds, because that would have just been an immediate Baron take for OED.
That's a very common problem in basically all levels of League of Legends. They go for kind of a random pick. It's a good pick, but it's not around like an objective or anything. You're just trying to like see if you can kill Syndra. You get Syndra flash. I was just talking about how if Syndra doesn't have flash, how is she gonna avoid Rel ult, Ari Sharp, Wukong ultimate, Shen taunt? You can live with that. You can just get the flash and leave. But they overstay, they try and kill Leona, who they just cannot kill with this low damage team comp, and then by that time Kush is able to rotate, they get punished, and now OED fully in charge of this game again.
That play sort of undoes what happened bot side, where True Minded Gaming had that upper hand and got more kills than the side of Optimal Esports. So we're back towards where we were a couple minutes ago with a 1,500 gold lead for Optimal Esports, staring down the barrel of a potential Ocean Soul take in 2.5 minutes. TMDK, they might be feeling the sweat accumulate near their brow, and they need to find something fast here in the next couple minutes. They need to get the Jhin at the very least to Infinity Edge. You'd want Michael Ross on 2 items as well, because with that Ocean Soul accumulated for the side of Optimal Esports Soul, do you think that TMDK would still have a chance?
Obviously, there's always a chance. You can imagine a world where Corki just gets caught, gets one-shot, but how do you deal with Xin Zhao, who has an Ocean Soul? How do you deal with Jax, who's going to be able to scale, become useful, and then has an Ocean Soul? And it's kind of hard to one-shot both Corki and Syndra. You can really only do one or the other as long as they don't group. So yeah, I think Ocean Soul would be very, very bad. It would be probably 95% OED win.
So that sort of ups the tempo of this game. It makes it like this is a potential game-ending fight or game-saving fight for TMDK at the 23-minute mark. 1.5 minutes out, we have the first mid tower taken, and that is going to go to TMDK. They have the luxury of giving that a little bit extra control around this mid lane. And if I'm the side of Optimal Esports, I am fighting for my life around this mid prio, just to be able to either find a fight that is favorable for you when you're ahead in gold, or to just have that first step to the Drake and be ready and see your opponents about to engage.
The difficulty with this situation is that Syndra does not have flash. So Syndra is going to be a big target for TMG. Basically in any situation she finds herself in. If she pushes up mid, they're going to look for her. If she's in side lane, they're going to look for her. And as a result, they're going to go 4-man mid, give a bot wave, and I don't think they'll even really get the tower. They're just going to be able to get prio and vision off of it, which I think is a good call overall.
I absolutely agree. Your entire game is going to be defined off of this Ocean Soul if you can grab it. El Rush is in trouble. Canny's finding some pretty favorable trades. I assume we're going to see all hands on deck for this from both teams. We're going to see Stand United from Canny. We're going to see a teleport from El Rush used out of the base. Same thing with I'm So Vile, especially if the play is elongated. We'll see plays with people teleporting in straight out of the Death Realm. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number one. 10 minutes.
Quite yet.
10 seconds till this Ocean Drake. We're going to see how it goes down.
Play opportunity for TMDK to potentially make something happen with no Syndra. Instead, they kind of get prio, but it's really 50-50.
It's all going to...
definitely the target. Until Syndra's flashes back up, there's probably around 30-40 seconds. She is vulnerable. Now the issue is you don't want to commit everything for Syndra because then the Fed Corki is going to one-shot you.
Oh, Milk and Mocha. Oh my goodness. He's looked for a flank, but that should just be an unleashed power. Stand United going to try and give him a shield to keep him alive. This is terrible here for True Minded Gaming, but thankfully he's able to get out. Canny now goes in. Over the wall goes Mitski. Michael Ross follows it up. They might find the kill here onto the Xin Zhao. They do, but look at El Rush in the backside looking for Milk and Mocha and Crushing Rock, but they get out to safety. The Ahri is traded. Canny gets one back, but Koo should be able to finish him off. It's a 2-for-2 for both of these teams so far, but look at El Rush in the backside. He has somehow found Crushing Rock. He has been
push, man.
So quiet this game. Now he is back and making his statement. Team fight, and this might just be the Ocean Soul now for Optimal here in game one.
Yeah, Milk and Mocha was looking around for some sort of crazy flank, probably felt the desperation of the moment a little. Good position by I'm So Vile, chunked him out, forced 2 ultimates. From there, fights very hard. I will say, fight would have been a lot easier if Scoon had just pressed ultimate and didn't get one shot by the Jhin and the Ahri, but fair enough, we take it. A very solid play by OED. Now you're in the situation where if you're OED, you're kind of like, okay, we have this game, but it's only 3k gold still. And one big mistake, you lose Baron, you lose Elder. You're starting to see how OED fares with the nerves of a favorite now.
I think with this lead, I have to be in Optimal Esports side of the bleachers here. They are definitely in control. They have a 3k lead. It's probably more like a 5-6k lead with all those stats from the Ocean Drake. Now we're going to see the Jax probably have a much easier time dealing with Canny here. He's going to use the Grandmaster at arms. Canny, though, still ripping away at that HP bar. I think this is just going to be a very elongated trade between these two. The Baron is up here, Soul, and pressuring it heavily is Optimal Esports.
It's kind of hard for OES to actually start the Baron, but as you can see, Ocean Soul...
El Rush is so close. That's true. Those extra stats. He goes into the stasis. I'm not sure if that was necessary. Probably could have finished off the kill right there, but look at Candy now forcing to retreat. This is the unstoppable Jax like you were talking about, Soul. What can they do to deal with him?
The 1v1's still kind of close, but the problem is Jax is about 1,500 gold he hasn't spent in his pockets. He's gonna base and spend that right now, and it's gonna be an even bigger problem.
They're almost even in gold, and it only gets better for the Jax.
Blue side still, OED still has not checked this ward in the back of Baron Pit, so all these Baron dances they're doing completely ineffective because there's just a ward on Baron. So the game could stall out for a few minutes here.
That is definitely a great point to mention. They just don't care. Like right now, Optimal Esports is playing off the potential paranoia from TMDK where they're like, are they on Baron? Are they not? And it's like, they just don't care. They know they're not on Baron. They're never walking into that bush,
they're
man.
Like,
I'm sorry,
they
guys.
Have to face check us. No, it's just a ward.
It's not happening, man. They're just not getting that play. They might go sweep this now. Like, what's going on here? Like, how do they know? Are they just psychic or What's going on here? They're looking for a play, though, on Michael Ross.
Very high. I mean, this is dangerous by Mike Ross here.
He has all of the escape tools at his disposal, but the knockup does land. Zenith Blade goes wide, but they get the ultimate off of Michael Ross. They're pinging onto the Baron here, Soul. They might just go immediately for it.
Milk and Mocha went bot and got the gank kill.
Oh, they killed El Rush.
They aren't on Baron, so that he's able to do this pretty floppy here. And the issue is, this isn't a very easy Baron.
This could be the opening play for for TMDK right now. 5 versus 4. His OED that feels...
No Wukong ult, no Ahri ult. That's the issue. No Wukong ult, no Ahri ult. So fight his hard
they have to make this play.
But no Jax. So
they're just getting off of it. Out. Okay, it is going to fizzle out. There you go. So it's one pick, basically, well, maybe not for the free from the side of TMDK, because they did have to commit teleport, but they are able to deny the Baron. So overall, very good for them.
Yeah, overall, TMDK are doing a good job of limiting the lead. We just kind of see here what happened bot lane.
Yeah, it looks like he just got caught out.
Yeah, the issue is he has to trade very vehemently and use the Ocean Soul to actually win these trades, but that gives Milk and Mocha the good opportunity. And Milk and Mocha can do this because Baron is just warded. He knows they're not on it. They're not going to take it super fast. Free kill. Savvy play.
And we're going to go back to live now and see what is going on. We have ourselves another dance around the Baron here. Or it is the same. It's the same play we just saw. So they're going to back away from the Baron here. And that's good overall. They get the kill onto El Rush. And yeah, you said it. Kush and I'm So Vile, those are the key targets. So if fights break out, TMDK, those are the two they're looking for, but they both have flashes right now.
Yep. I think one of the issues that Jax is facing is that he's still just 2 items against 2.5. We see some skirmishing.
Scattered the weak lands. Has to flash away from the solar flare. Michael Ross could be next. He has to use flash as well. Did not have Spirit Rush, but look at Zinzao. Scootin is caught out. He has to use Crescent Guard to keep himself safe. Mike, Milk, and Mocha trying to finish off this kill. Candy is now here with the Stand United. They found QERW. They have a 5 versus 4. Kush is locked up in the Magnet Storm, forced to flash away, but I'm So Vile tries to use the Unleashed Power, does not get a kill. Kush trades one back. That's the jungler down now for TMDK. And look at El Rush on the backside. He has murdered the Jhin, and now the front line here from TMDK as well will fall. El Rush once again is the X Factor. He wants more, but the Counter-Strike won't be enough, but the Baron should be theirs for OED.
That was a sloppy fight. I mean, I'm just yelling at my computer monitor like, Scootin, please use your ult before you're on 20% HP, man. They walk into, it's called like the Invictus Game & Bush, like Sahin's armpit or whatever. Never go near that bush. But no Ahri ult, no Wukong ult. Very hard to actually fully win the fight. El Rush gets another great flank. I mean, this Jax has looked pretty damn good despite that horror show early game.
I guess all that really matters is what you can do for your team in these crucial moments, because the lead that Canny had really only affected El Rush. He kept it to his lane and was suffering on his own, but his team never really felt the ramifications of his deficits. And when the time came, he showed up big at the Dragon fight. He showed up big just now before the Baron. So honestly, El Rush has played quite a nice game to come back from a very unfortunate lead. Now, Optimal Esports with Baron, with the Ocean Drake, 45 seconds too on the Elder Soul. This is basically the doomsday now for TMDK. They have to make something happen here. They have to get a Miracle Steal or their game 1 is over.
I hope they have a fight here, Milk and Mocha in the bush, but I mean,
El Rush finds the stun onto 2. They're getting flanked. This is going to be disaster. They just don't have the damage, like you said. El Rush at this point is unkillable. There's no way a level 14 Wukong is going to deal the damage. That's the kill. That's the jungler down 15 seconds before the Elder Drake. Ladies and gentlemen, we're staring down the barrel of an OED 1-0 lead.
And you were talking about El Rush and his performance. I really don't want that to go unnoticed. He had one bad mistake. He died to that gank. He shouldn't have. It was cringe. After that, he's pitched a really, really good game. This deficit wasn't really his fault. He was getting weak-sided, bad situation. And despite that, he's finding so much value. absolutely amazing performance by him, showing that playoff clutch factor. And yeah, you have to imagine this is going to be 1-0 for OED, barring some insane throw, even if there is some good compensation with TMDK getting some towers.
QERW and Scootin, they're trying to hunt down Mitski and Crushing Rock. I don't think they have the speed to catch them. But in this short amount of time, that OED has the Elder Drake.
Here.
Exactly.
We hit mid-wave.
Just run it down and brute force. Just go. Any fight is good. You have Soul. You have Baron for at least 45 more seconds. You have Elder for another 2 minutes. They just got to go for it. Send it. If you're going to spend your gold now. You have, okay, LDR completed here for Kush on Corki. 4 items with Elder Drake. Nothing else needs to be said. They just got to go for it right here, right now.
Yeah, this is where you want to see some actual killer instinct from OED. One of the issues with this team has been kind of clearly winning games, finishing them off cleanly. They haven't been the best at that. It's been very long games, it's been sloppy games. This isn't a sloppy game. Like, they have a huge lead, they have every objective they want. Can they just take it home? Can they play off their pressure, hit these towers, and get this game over with fast?
They've taken about as much time as they needed here for setup. They still have 1:40 to go, or about a minute 10 actually to go on this Elder buff. They're sieging down. They're kind of taking this slow. They're playing a split map here. I don't know.
Picks, but they just need to hit towers.
Yeah, they just have to go for it right now. At the very least, they get the tier 2. They're going to begin the siege. Let's see what TMDK does. If they overstep like they did just now, any misstep could start off a fight, which will definitely go the way of Optimal.
It's a bit unnerving just to see the apprehension a little bit with OED. You start to think, like, are they a little bit nervous? This is a playoff game. They maybe weren't expecting this lead. But they need to play with some actual fortitude now. Like, they need to play aggressively. They're thankfully doing it now. El Rush getting a bit low,
really low.
Pressuring.
They've cracked the base on 2 different fronts. Mid lane and top lane are down now. Milk and Mocha trying to step up for his team, trying to keep the Optimal players at bay, but the siege will continue. The inhibitor is gone, and the mid lane inhibitor will follow.
They're gonna try. No, this is anything. They're just gonna get the 2 inhibs and dip out.
Their
Game
Elder Soul
continues
is gone.
at least, but this was good enough of a siege. It looked a little bit scary at a couple points, but El Rush really manned up. He just said, I'm gonna hit this tower in Ari's face. He actually has Hullbreaker, which is maybe not traditional.
This whole build is not traditional.
Kind of. I mean, I really like Zhonya's on Jax. I think a lot of people understand.
Outside of the Zhonya's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Iceborne's a little weird. I can kind of see the vision, but it is a little weird. And then, yeah, the Hullbreaker, kind of in that split push style that I think El Rush is comfortable with. You can see the comfort, and I always like a player doing what they're comfortable with. Just means that they have to be a bit more cautious in some fights, and we'll obviously see now. It's probably going to come down to a team fight at this Baron.
It's honestly, if I'm TMDK, I'm happy with how that went down. It's a satisfactory power play for Optimal Esports, but I honestly think they should have ended the game there. So TMDK, they're playing with time that they maybe didn't really have any business having. So let's see what they do with this. They're still definitely on the back foot. They found a good damage onto Scoot, who still has Crescent Guard. Sterex is going to keep him alive for a while. They're on to Milk and Mocha now. Crushing Rock has to be careful because here comes El Rush. He's diving into the back line. We'll find a stun onto 1. QERW flashes forward. Stand United being used onto Michael Ross to keep him safe. Onto Milk and Mocha goes El Rush now. A very slow fight. Root lands onto the Leona. Not willing to go any farther here is TMDK. A lot of ultimates expended. I still have to favor the team with the Ocean Soul, though, that's just going to ramp their health back up and go back to Baron.
I've been talking about the whole game. How do you play if there's no ultimates on TMDK? This is a free Baron, and they should honestly try and end off the Baron, although they might have to be a bit safe because ults will be back up.
You should just grab this one. I know, yeah, for the freeze, honestly. Cyclone is down. Spirit Rush is down. They have a ward. They have Curtain Call to work with. Magnet Storm is coming off a cooldown soon, but this thing is burning. El Rush has found Milk and Mocha. Crushing Rock has to go into Curtain Call to try and save this, but his jungler is dying. They get the second Baron of the game as OED.
The Sky of the Week was so close. I like that angle. Oh, but he's walking back in.
He's going to get hit by that Scatter of the Week. He's going to tank the Unleashed Power as well. He's going to live to see another day. Michael Ross buys the peel here from the Jax. The Solar Flare goes down. Michael Ross won't die, but Milk and Mocha will. The Missile Barrage is insane. El Rush goes into the stasis. Michael Ross running for his life. Right now, Soul, I have to believe that this is where the game potentially ends. They have the Baron. They have the numbers advantage. They can just go for this at this point. I don't think there's much now from the side of TMDK. We'll see what kind of base defense they can mount. They're kind of backing off from this.
It's not completely over just because the Ahri didn't fully die. Ahri lived on 1 HP.
Newton's going in. Crescent Guard is going to be used here. Crash down Magnet Storm onto 2. Mitsuki trying to buy time for his team. The first Nexus Tower is gone. Crushing Rock hit up with the Scatter of the Week. He is forced to retreat to the Fountain. Kenny doing his very best to tank for the squad, but he's no match for Kush's damage on the Corki. Second Nexus Tower down. Do you believe, ladies and gentlemen, watching this stream, Optimal Esports have taken game number 1? That's going to be it for that first game. Impressive stuff from the side of Optimal Esports. They come out, and like you said, Soul, maybe with a win that they didn't think that they were going to get. They were a little bit nervous playing around that Elder Drake.
Look at El Rush, man. El Rush after that terrible early game, 25 CS to like 65. It felt like he was the one making everything happen. He had the split push pressure. He had like the ambition, the fortitude. He was pushing. He had the flanks in the team fights. Rest of the game felt a little nervy to me. Pretty well executed, but a little bit nervy. And it was really El Rush who stepped up and took this one home. Pretty good performance by OED, and we have ourselves a real series now.
We absolutely do. If the favorites here are going to bring it back, that means we're going to get up to those 4 games. We might go the whole distance in this series. So excited to see what the future holds. Congrats to Optimal Esports for the quick start, but they have a lot more work to do, and we'll see how True Minded Gaming bounce back and which ways they reassess their game plan. We're going to cut to a short break, but we'll be back here on Titan to continue this best of 5 here in the round of 12 of the Titan Vanquisher League. Do not go anywhere.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Titan Esports Vanquisher League, round of 12 here between True Minded Gaming, Death Knights, and Optimal Esports Dynasty, where we are a little bit surprised here on the broadcaster desk and as well in the community, in the chat as well, that Optimal Esports, they came out and swung first in the series while people were expecting to go the other way around. So for True Minded Gaming, can they bounce back in this game two and prevent themselves from going backs against the wall and staring down the barrel of a necessary reverse sweep? Or will Optimal Esports carry this momentum to bring them more wins in this best of five? That's what we're going to find out here. Soul, my man, how are you feeling after that game number one?
I mean, now the series just got interesting, right? Because we were wondering, can OED stand up to TMDK individually? Can they overcome Michael Ross, Milk and Mocha, Crush and Rock? And that game they did. They survived in lane. They had that excellent invade. They got the lead. Didn't look the best with the lead, but they were good enough to get the win pretty comfortably. And now the shoe's on the other foot. How are TMDK going to respond? What are they going to pick mid lane? Because the Ahri didn't look super good. How are they going to draft? And how's the team mental going to be? This is a team that has had some questionable moments in the last few weeks. Can they rally back and make this a series?
That's definitely going to be the question that we're asking ourselves heading into the draft for game number two, which we have ready to go here. Let's see what the adaptations are, especially for True Minded Gaming, who had that team composition that really wanted to get the early lead, wanted to be able to pick the fights that they wanted to one-shot someone and then keep going after that burst in a 5 versus 4 fight. It really just didn't work out that way. They fell behind bot side. They succumbed to that early invade. They got their top laner ahead, but in the end, they weren't really able to utilize that lead outside of the 1v1. So I'll ask you here, Sol, what do you think? You already talked about the Ari. Is there anything else super glaring from the side of the TMG game one that you feel needs to be patched up here to bring them success in game two?
What is Mike Ross gonna pick? I mean, we saw Yone, Oriana, Hui all get banned out. Are all three of those bans gonna stick? Are they gonna potentially look to B1 the Hui? And if they don't, then what's Mike Ross gonna get on? How is he gonna have chemistry with his jungler? Because the Wukong Ahri just felt totally out of sync. I mean, Ahri wants to play make for the jungle, but Wukong very limited, kinda can only do it with the ultimate, wants to team fight, but then no damage because of Den, Ahri, Jhin. They need to be in sync, they need to be on top of it. I want to see a strong, confident mid-jungle duo coming out in this draft.
Absolutely. I mean, that is definitely going to be some things that they need as we are into the draft for game number 2. It is a side swap. At Optimal Esports, they will be piloting that red side of the map. So let's see if they can replicate the success they had in game 1 here on the red side. I believe, well, maybe I don't know much about the side statistics on the Vanquisher scene, but at least in Conqueror, it's more favored to blue side. Maybe you can enlighten us.
Weirdly enough, both these teams kind of prefer red side stylistically,
really?
But I don't think it's going to be the biggest difference.
Okay.
I mean, you can kind of imagine because El Rush is just such a good champ pool player. And then I'm not entirely sure why it'd be the case for TMDK, but it can be fluctuation with one team. As you can see, TMDK are just saying not the same game. They're saying we want to play Fearless draft. They banned Corki, Syndra's, and Zhao.
Wow.
My hot take, I don't think any of those champions were the issue. I think the issue was the Jax.
Honestly,
But
I agree.
we see Oriana still up. Both of these
That's
mid
true.
laners play a lot of Oriana. Are we going to see B1 Oriana?
There it
There
is.
you go. Hey, okay.
Intelligent man you are there, Soul. The B1 Oriana now. Milk and Mocha as well has played Nocturne before. And so I wonder if they're going to go for that Nocturne Ori combo. I don't think any denial will come through from Optimal. That is an El Rush champion, I believe.
That could be anything. It could be Swain top, Swain mid, Swain support. Champ is so flexible.
It is flexible.
I think El Rush
they
has
saw
played it
El
the
Rush
most,
play it. Yeah, this
but
could be a blind
who
swing.
knows? I mean, it'd be pretty crazy to blind it if you can only play a top lane. It's pretty good into Oriana. Oriana is quite low damage. Early lane could be a bit rough. Bit surprised that they gave up the Ashe, to be honest. I'd imagine, me personally, just Ashe, Skarner, you vibe it out. Those are 2 power picks.
Oh, yeah.
But
I mean,
getting
so
the
good.
Ashe with the Oriana, you're pretty comfortable. And as you called it, Nocturne, that's a good trio. That's a very solid trio from TMG.
Oh, yeah. It's insane pick potential that they have. Long range engage, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Nocturne Oriana combo from range, but a fantastic counter pick.
Who are
you
they
saw
gonna
it
pick?
too.
Who are they gonna pick? Are you gonna do it to Skarner? Hell no, you're not. Are you gonna do it to Swain? And then they get to counter pick with Xayah. I mean, it kind of feels like they picked a very strong isolation trio, sure, but they picked it into a Swain. You're not gonna Ori Nocturne ultimate a Swain like that. He'll just kind of laugh it off at some point, and then they get to counter pick Xayah. I mean, this is an interesting draft. This feels pretty high level. Mundo Rel bans make a lot of sense to me.
More and more, I'm feeling like this is definitely not a confirmed El Rush Swain. I think I'm So Vile is definitely willing to play this. I feel like they're going to save that last pick, most certainly for the top lane. Maybe give El Rush another good matchup up here. Tarek comes through. Oh my
They're
goodness.
just going full hell
For
no
Q-
to the
QERW.
dive bomb.
Exactly. They're just playing full anti-dive. Cosmic Radiance could have crazy value here. So
The only issue with the Taric is there is a delay on the ultimate. So if someone gets one shot, it's not going to save them. But with the Xayah ult, with Swain having naturally high health, you're enjoying life.
goodness.
And that's the Urgot. That's a candy champion. He enjoys that champ. What's El Rush going to have for us? Is it going to be the Swain?
I think the Swain top would be bad into an Urgot. I feel like Urgot runs that. So
It's
they're going to play the
Jax
Jack
again.
instead. This, though, is this even a good matchup for Jax? This is a pretty hard Jax lane, though, is it not? I've just seen TF Blade complain about this lane all the time. He gets dumpstered by Urgot players in solo queue. So let's see if El Rush can do it twice in a row.
Well, if El Rush gets dumpstered, we saw what he looked like down 40 TS. So
might not matter.
That's the bar. If he can only go down 30, might be enough.
Yeah, wow, we have some very interesting picks. Tarek for the side of Optimal Esports. We have the patented Canny Urgot here as well for TMDK. Let's see what these two teams can bring for us on the Rift for game number 2. Will Optimal Esports go up 2-0 and put one of the, or most certainly the favorite of this series to match point, or will TMDK battle back and knot us up here at the end of it? We're about to find out right now as we're here onto Summoner's Rift.
Okay, interested. I want to tell a little story here, if I don't get interrupted by some crazy invade. Going into this series, I was talking to Mike Ross a little bit, and he was saying, like, he wants to dumpster mid lane, like, he's that type of guy. He wants the pressure on his shoulders. And I was trying to tell him, like, you don't need the pressure on your shoulders. I'm So Vile is a good player. Mike Ross doesn't need to dumpster mid to win this series. The reason why TMDK are favorites is because they've been a better team with a better style. But this game, playing Orianna into Swain with the Nocturne, this is Mike Ross's game. If he wants to prove himself as a best mid in the league candidate, as an all-pro player, you want to see him come out and put it on I'm So Vile. I'm So Vile, not really a known Swain player, not a very easy champion to lane with, reliant on like hit and ease. If Mike Ross can put it on him, this could be a great look for TMDK.
And you're running out of time too. This is the series where you want to be playing well. It's playoffs. It's single elimination. You don't have much time for mistakes. So you hiccup in game 1, you technically can falter again in game 2, but then you're staring down a necessary reverse sweep to bring yourself back. So Mike Ross has to have a good performance here. Crushing Rock and Mitski, though, punishing Kush with the low range. This is definitely a power lane for TMDK, and you're seeing exactly why with the range advantage off the level 1.
As much as you respect the Swain, as much as maybe it'd be hard to play Ashe into Orianna Nocturne, you just get ulted, you're still, like, in this moment, you're like, god damn, why didn't I pick Ashe? Because you have to lane against this demonic champion.
And a champion like Xayah too, you just have no range to deal with it either. This is a notorious champion who struggles into range. It's like, if you're playing something like Kaisa, at least you have Killer Instinct to close the gap. Xayah has nothing like that. So it's very difficult to actually be able to survive in this lane. So let's see what Crushing Rock and Mitski can do now with more control in just the champion picks. It's better for them. Can they bring TMDK a lead down here? Because that just was not the case in game 1. And can Canny as well on this Urgot actually punish the Jax like I was talking about? Or maybe El Rush will make me look like a fool and take his anger out this time in the early game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever seen this matchup get played. So, TF Blade definitely has more experience than me. I actually play with an Urgot top player, but nobody's picked Jax into it.
Maybe that's an indicator.
The one interesting thing is that, so far, you know, early lane you saw I'm So Vile do quite well. He like landed an E, he was farming pretty well, but now he's half health, no potions. This is where Mike Ross can squeeze, try and get a good reset, try and get an invade potentially. Maybe a double scuttle. We see Milk and Mocha finish this one off.
Milk and Mocha is definitely going to look for that full clear. But Scooten's here. Ishtal's impact will get him out. Milk and Mocha might look for that double scuttle like you're saying. And here is Mike Ross with that priority. And with that extra experience, that's a faster level 6 and Paranoia unlock for the Nocturne. And that is really where the power of this jungler comes online and where this TMDK team can spike quicker in the early game. So a double scuttle like this, that's a good sign for them in terms of the jungle matchup, as we're going to see Scooten going to get through here. Nevermore is landed though. Ishtal's impact into the wall. Michael Ross forced to flash away, and I think he's just going to drop to the Skarner damage. That is tragic here. I'm So Vile has to flash away. So at the very least, TMDK get that. But
It's not
that
the end
is
of the
going to be
world because the
unfortunate
wave's
for
so
them.
messed up. But that was a bit disastrous. Mike Ross was doing so well. I was a bit concerned because
Rush in
that's a
trouble
dangerous
as well.
spot.
This is getting
Don't
really
worry, he's
close.
top. I think he's fine.
We're very
He has
close.
TP. He'll TP back catch the wave. I was worried because Mike Ross was playing it so well. You get the double scuttle. But then he just went for the one extra QW. He stepped up to QW, maybe trying to feel that internal pressure too much. I know that. What the hell
my
happened
goodness.
top lane?
Execution topside. Well, El Rush didn't get the auto, though.
Recall? Nah, this guy's crazy. Nah, El Rush is an insane human for not just recalling here.
We're going to see how it went down. Okay. So now Canny, has full HP here. Flash still available for El Rush.
This is so dangerous by El Rush to be here.
Oh my god.
What the hell?
Yeah, I think he ran out of mana. I think he had mana for Q. I think that's what happened.
Nah, that's crazy. I mean,
No
that would
way.
have been a game end in play. Could you imagine if El Rush dies on this wave and then it's an execute? Oh my god, his game would have been over again. He'd be down 40 CS all over again. But yeah, a bit of a blunder there by the Urgot. And now El Rush completely fine.
And Canny's pretty fine with that too. He doesn't lose anything because he crashed the wave. Basically just got... that death was the exact same amount of time recalling. And he got El Rush's flash too. So it's flash for flash topside. And that's about it. It's like they just traded their flashes. So Optimal Esports remain in the kill lead.
When you're 20 HP under tower, you're very happy for nothing to happen and for you to be in an even state a minute later. So have to be happy with that.
Scootin is here in the bot side. Don't think Crushing Rock and Mitski are in any type of trouble. Scootin might just be here to say, hey boys, I know you're having a hard time down here. I'm going to help you get this wave in and have an easier time against this very oppressive lane. That's exactly what he's going to do.
The only thing here is that it pretty much concedes Void Grubs. So that is going to be at least the 3 Grubs going over, and we'll see if TMDK can perhaps go for 6 Grubs this game.
They're fighting here, and it was very aggressive from Mitski and Crushing Rock. They forced the flash off of Scootin. They want to keep the wave outside of the tower so they can keep the freeze, and they do it.
Oh, but Urgot got solo killed.
Oh my gosh!
Urgot got solo killed on strong side.
We're gonna see what happened here. Is we're gonna blip right back. So this is what we saw. El Rush just kills him straight up like that. Grandmaster at arms, Empower, easy money.
He walked into him. El Rush was like playing the pixel bush, and Urgot just walked into him and kind of got one shot by the Jax. I think Jax probably has better item spike off of that first base.
Yeah, it definitely plays a factor.
Very weird. I mean, I guess he has tabbies, but that's pretty crazy he does that much damage with tabbies.
That's just top laner life, man. Whatever champion you're playing in top lane, you just deal damage no matter
right
what.
Now, if you're OED, the only issue is that your bot lane's now down 30 CS, so it's a bit of a shoe being on the other foot
Milk
situation.
and Mocha, though, is in trouble. He's trying to take away the Raptor Cam. Doesn't have much business doing this. Flash over the wall is just going to be followed by the Ishtal's impact. So beautiful from Scootin, and I'm So Vile into the Demonic Ascension will grab that one. Optimal Esports again, ladies and gentlemen. They are on top at the current moment.
You know, we talked about how important it is to have good mid-jungle synergy, and the issue there is Michael Rosh was still pushing the wave. He didn't have the wave in all the way. He needed Nocturne to wait probably 5 or 10 seconds, and then they could start it. Albeit by then Skarner's back, so I'm not sure if they even get the Raptors, but going for that a bit too early, and you're starting to see a bit of jitters coming through from TMDK. This game's still winnable. Their bot lane's up 20 CS, but you're hoping to see them settle the nerves and play a little bit better if they want to actually come back into the series.
Let's see level 6. What can TMDK do? They'll have Paranoia, they have Shockwave now, they have Enchanted Crystal Arrow for Crushing Rock. This is the time where they are playmaking potential skyrockets. They can look for plays cross-map. They can dive someone in the backline, especially Kush in this very small timer that they have left where they don't have access to Featherstorm. That's slowly closing, so not going to play as much of a factor. But maybe around this first dragon is their time here, Soul, to make a play happen, to bring it back and utilize all of these ultimates to their advantage.
I mean, I imagine the play from OED is just, alright, you get dragon, fair enough. We can maybe play on grubs, because you don't want to give 6 grubs, though it's not the end of the world if you do necessarily. If they start this fight here, it's a bit scary, but I mean, they do have mid prio.
We're moving to it. Paranoia's committed defensively, though. Onto the Dragon is the Swain. He just takes it away. Are you kidding me? That's disaster for TMDK. They're losing the fight as well. What are we witnessing before our eyes? QERW's going forward, crushing rocks on the retreat. Flash forward from Koosh to finish off the kill. It is collapse for TMDK. It is elation for Optimal as they get everything they want and more.
I mean, yeah, they just don't have mid prio. I mean, this Swain's been playing really well. I'm Vile having a fantastic game, and it feels like Mike Ross not on the same page as his teammates. His teammates are going for plays when he doesn't have prio. He isn't getting prio hard enough. He's kind of scared of the ganks after that first one. Doesn't have good enough vision coverage. And because of it, the Swain's just been first to these plays, has completely taken over the game. And you're starting to feel I mean, I said they were starting to feel the nerves. They're not starting to feel the nerves. They're feeling the nerves. The pressure is on, and they have to find a play to kind of settle themselves into this series.
It's getting really dire already at the 10-minute mark. It's as dire as it gets because you're not really a team that can play from behind. Now Canny is caught out here because here is the Skarner. Scootin does not have the Impale, but might not need it because El Rush has the gap closer. El Rush gets kill number 2. The collapse, the fall, the downfall of TMDK in this game 2 continues. Optimal get one more on their top laner.
Now, okay, game's not well, okay, the issue is, I mean, he's up 1,000 gold on Jax now. He's gonna recall.
You're yourself in there. You're like, it's not
good. But the only thing that they can cope about is that they still have 3 grubs. They can potentially play on the 6 grubs play. Swain's recalling last. They're gonna have some mid prio. Bot can rotate first. They should be rotating Ashe up here. And they're gonna have top lane back in decent condition. I guess Nocturne bases and they just have to give it up. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is just a Blackfire towards Swain. Like, how do you fight into that?
You can't do anything. It's kind of cooked here. Like, they lose the grubs. They have to make plays proactively on this team to be able to be successful. They have to go first. They have to have priority and to be able to snap, but they can't do it.
How do you go first?
Exactly.
Nocturne presses ult. Okay, are you gonna Nocturne ult the Fed Jax, the Skarner? I guess the answer is
Cosmic
the Xayah
Radiance
who
come
has a
through.
ult on them.
They try and make a play bot side. They absorbed it there very nicely. Featherstorm and Cosmic Radiance, though, has been utilized. Paranoia used as well. Quickness and Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They're healing up, and they're making another play topside. The Urgot is dead once again. There's just nothing here that the side of Optimal, or sorry, from TMDK that they can really do right now.
I mean, they used all of their ultimates. Xayah and Taric pressed the ult button, and then Urgot's just topside, like, yo guys, where's my Xayah Featherstorm? Where's my Taric ult? Like, come on. I'm completely naked out here.
Yeah, it's so tough now. 3-0 Jax, 2-0 Swain. They have item completions. They have a CS bot side, but it doesn't really mean much. Look at Milk and Mocha.
Swain can just kill him here, I guess.
Oh my gosh. Did you see that damage though? The first Q chunked him to like half HP.
That's Blackfire towards Swain, baby. This champion is very powerful right now. After those last buffs, it's quite viable, and he is very fed.
Jax is just proxying too.
I mean, the other issue is Orianna's a burst mage. Like, you're looking at Mike Ross on Orianna to give them an advantage. He's played okay. He's just been out of sync with the team. And how is he going to get back into this game? I mean, they need to look on play against Xayah with no ultimate, but then they don't have Nocturne ultimate. It seems hard. And sometimes when the game seems hard, the best thing you could do is don't die. Because, yeah, this lead is 3k right now. A 3k gold lead, if it's 30 minutes, you can live with that. That's one bad team fight away from being low. A 3k gold at 13 minutes, you know, you're not going to win another fight for probably 10 minutes at least. So
you want to
maybe chill out and just live with it for a little bit until they get items, and then they can maybe play.
You want to make sure that maybe the other team is making mistakes. You want to wait for Optimal Esports to misstep. The problem is, and I'm just going to circle back to the same point we made a couple minutes ago, that's just not what you want to do with this composition. Nocturne does not want to sit back and just chill. Let's see this play though. Enchanted Crystal Arrows, I think, is actually eaten there by QERW. It's gonna go in is Milk and Mocha trying to find the kill is Koosh, but they should be able to grab this one. Who's the kill going to go over to? Featherstorm is committed. They need to find that last little bit of damage, and the Shockwave will be that now. 3 versus 2 here. 4 versus 2 with Crushing Rock returning now. The Taric is down. This might be the moment for TMDK to get right back in the game, as Scooten's also likely going to drop here. The Fear will land for Milk and Mocha. He also will not fall. The Impale will only land onto the Rakan, and TMDK might have found that miracle play that they were looking for.
I'm not entirely sure how Mike Ross got into that position. I was not really focused on it. Huge roam for him, gets him right back into the game. They're still super behind. That fight was weird as hell. It's unfortunate. They played on the Xayah ult timer really well, because Xayah didn't have ult at the start of the fight. And then the issue is what was I about to say? The issue with the fight was that Nocturne initially ulted like onto the Taric, and it was just super cursed looking, but it ended up not mattering. It's just still nervous plays in this series. I mean, both these teams are definitely feeling the excitement a little.
Let's see what El Rush can do on this Jax now. When we saw him behind, he still made an impact in the crucial team fights for Optimal Esports.
Behind this time.
Exactly. 2,000 gold. Thank you to our observer for toggling the gold there. That is incredible. What can El Rush do now on this pick? They're getting all the Drakes too. There's still so many scary things for TMDK to deal with.
I think more than just El Rush, my issue right now, the thing I need to see from OED, as Nocturne kind of
might just see it. I think you were thinking about the Swain right now, and yes, I'm So Vile is going to be dealing a whole bunch of damage to Milk and Mocha, who tries to flash out. It's the same death here from TMDK really jungler.
Though. It really is. Well, I was actually going to say what I think OED needs to do. They need to get towers. Because the issue with this team, until they got Baron and Elder last time, they really didn't push towers well. They have mid tower at 20 health, they have top tower at 20 health. Jungler is dead. Can we see them put some pressure on and get one of these towers?
We're looking for a dive onto Koosh, who goes into the Featherstorm to dodge away from the quickness. Will not land the Blade Caller, but Crushing Rock takes a crushing tower shot, and Koosh is able to hold them both back here, 2 versus 1 under the tower.
What I don't like about this is that QERW is just kind of nakedly going back bot. Like, they've already... Well, I guess there's still Enchanted Crystal Arrow, like, there's some threat, but in general, I feel like they need to be using these, like, slight tempo advantages to take these 2 HP towers. It's just really not good to me that they're up gold, they're up so much. They need to kill mid tower, top tower. Get first tower, get the second tower. That's going to be another 2k gold. You know, this 2k gold lead, not the biggest. 4k gold, that'd be big. That'd be progress.
Absolutely. They have the lead. They just have to keep their foot on the gas. They can't give TMDK any opportunity to come back, like that bot lane play, like holding on to the tier 1 for an extra amount of time, so you end up misplaying around it and you missed your initial opportunity to grab it. That sitting gold, take everything that you could possibly get here. Let's take a look at what Scooten's going to do with this Rift Tower. They're looking for Michael Ross. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow landed. They're looking for the one-shot. The combo is huge. The shutdown will go to Milk and Mocha. Now Scooten, just watching his mid laner die, forced to chuck a rock and retreat.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent Crystal Arrow. Kind of unlucky that I'm So Vile was in that position at that moment. You'd like to see Jax take top tower, but I mean, he can't 1v1 against this Urgot. But the other issue is, they're trying to like look for a gank play into like these global ultimates. If I'm red team, and to be fair, maybe they're just waiting for Dragon to do this, but me personally, I feel like you have Herald, just put down Herald mid. Just take that tower, break the game, then you can start to put in your bot lane mid, you can start putting your Swain bot, you can make progress in the game. Because this 2v2 ain't the most comfortable.
We're going to take a look here. El Rush is getting very aggressive. Milk and Mocha's around, but no paranoia at their disposal. We're seeing TP's bot. Something's happening bot lane right now. It looks like TMDK is in trouble. Demonic Ascension from I'm So Vile will grab the kill there onto Crushing Rock. One traded back here for Michael Ross, but he is soon to follow as well. That shutdown goes happily over to Kush. Now they summon the Rift Herald. Now they're looking to grab some blood in the tower department.
Yeah, this is a good play by OED. I need to see we'll see the start of this play here. OED benefited here because for whatever reason TMDK didn't realize this was not their turn. Like, this is not at all their turn. Why? No Nocturne ult, no Ashe ult, no Orianna ult. They should not be committing this hard for this 2v2. They don't have their global ultimates. And then, I mean, Mike Ross cannot TP here. He TPs here, he like technically kills the Taric, but like he just straight dies. He burns his flash for no reason. He's TPing in with no ult, killing his personal tempo. He could have maybe TP'd mid, got in mid tower, played with Nocturne, get compensation. That's what Mike Ross has been good at. He's been good at getting farm lead. He's been good at getting 10 CS per minute. He had a 9 CS per minute average this season. And it felt like here he just got suckered into his team's fight, and it's a bad fight. They don't have ultimates, they don't have their jungle. Not going to work out well, and that's exactly what you want from
as well. They land the Nevermore onto the Rakan. He's just going to die as well. Scooten's going to pick that one up. Ishtal's impact there. That is so much gold injected now into Optimal Esports team. They have a 3,000 gold lead. Milk and Mocha as well
4,
was on the other side of the map.
4,000 gold lead.
4,000 in their pocket. So they didn't have their Nocturne in the same area for that fight too. So they obviously didn't know where Scooten was to make that a 4 versus 3, even if Michael Ross did teleport and theoretically was 3-on-3 for the moment. So big misplays here from TMDK. We've seen that from both teams so far this game, where they've just made overconfident plays, or in the case of I'm So Vile and his step, a little bit unlucky with the arrow. But and this leads me to believe that it still could go either way.
The issue with this situation is it's not just a 4k gold lead. Mid tower still has 10 HP, top tower still has 10 HP. I understand the nerves are there a little bit. As soon as the Xayah ult gets back up, they just need to hit this mid tower. They just need to take mid tower.
Oh, no.
I mean, maybe they might get it earlier.
Mitski's gone here. Once again, the Nevermores from I'm So Vile have been incredible to get picks for Optimal Esports Dynasty again. They find one with that ability, and Mitski falls. This should be the tier 1 like you're hoping
for.
Please
hit the tower, man. Please
They can definitely do it.
Okay.
They got it.
Oh, Lord, man. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, but they also get on soul point. They're up, what, like almost 5,000 gold. I mean, you're going from like 80% chance to 95% chance. You need a significant miracle. Some sort of maybe like Swain getting picked inside lane. Xayah not using ult properly. I mean, I'm like trying to say like 5-man Orianna ult. The issue is 5-man Orianna ult doesn't even happen in this game because they should never be stacked up like that.
Exactly. You can try and caster curse it, I guess, and maybe there's a world where the caster curse works there, but it's just so unlikely. El Rush, you're in a precarious situation here. There's a lot of people surrounding you right now. They're going to commit paranoia onto him. He's definitely going to drop here. This will be a shutdown. The fear beyond death will bring him in. Poor map awareness from El Rush. Net 600 gold in the bank for the Eurogod.
My issue with that play isn't that El Rush is playing super aggressively. I love his aggression. My issue is that he's completely out of sync with his team. Look where his team is. His team has 3 members in base and Skarner on jungle camps. If team is like hitting mid inner tower, if team is hitting bot lane, getting bot jungle, then top lane can die and it's not a big deal. But instead, TMDK got a shutdown and a tower, about 1,500 gold or so, and red side got nothing. Literally got absolutely nothing in return. That's the type of play, you know, if that happens 2 more times, then yeah, you could be in an even game state. Even then, I mean, they have Soul coming up, but
it's kind of the ticking time bomb once again. The Dragon control has been fantastic from Optimal in this series. Well, there is that little caveat that first Drake really should have went TMDK's way. But I'm So Vile came in and made the heist of the entire league. So I mean, that netted them that 3 dragons. But other than that, they've been on top of it, and they're staring down the barrel of another soul advantage in this one, which is scary stuff for TMDK.
How can you possibly beat OED when their mid laner can run 2 summoner spells, gets the unsealed spellbook smite for 1 play, and just steals it from the jungler? Like, how do you win? It's too overpowered. Game is over.
We're gonna see they're hovering around the Baron right now. Look at that damage from El Rush. Oh my gosh, that is absolutely insane. They're committing to paranoia. This should just mean the Baron though. They're not even gonna kill him right now. They have 3 people. They're sending arrow. It hits. Maybe they can dive. They hit the Fear Beyond Death. He goes into Counter-Strike though, blocks all the damage, flashes away. Look at El Rush. Do the Baron here if you're Optimal Esports. That is your prime signal. Go, go, go.
Dude, it actually took them like a weirdly long time to get on this Baron, man. Like, it's frustrating to watch OED macros sometimes. Like, these guys are not snappy. They're gonna lose mid tower for this. But ultimately, El Rush just takes 4 ultimates. Are they gonna late contest this with no ults? This seems completely terrible.
This would definitely be sketchy. The Baron goes the way of Optimal, and they do not want the smoke. Does TMDK, they back off. They can probably grab tier 1 if they're fast enough.
OED should have wanted the smoke. I felt like OED could have walked in there and fought them with no ults. I guess they have Orianna ult, but no other ultimates.
Nevermore lands. We're still good over here. And the tier 1 tower remains though for Optimal, so no trade even really came through.
Yeah. Instead of taking the trade, TMDK kind of nakedly walked up to Baron, like gave it a sniff, and realized it was completely impossible to contest. You can see like why these teams aren't necessarily like the best of the best, but still they're playing with heart, and this is a pretty fun series so far. I'm not trying to play them too hard or anything.
Well, this is playoffs. You know, anything can really happen. One team can study hard, one team can play better on the day. You know, broke my heart in 2019 when G2 didn't play better on the day against FPX and lost when they should have won Worlds that time around. This could be the same type of situation for TMDK. They just don't have it right now, but they can still get it back. We've talked about the things that they have in their toolbox to be able to maybe pull off a miracle in this one, and even if they don't, they still have one more game afterwards. They still have that reverse sweep angle, which as a good team, they definitely have the ability to pull off here, but it comes down to this right now in 45 seconds. Is that potential Cloud Soul here for Optimal Esports Dynasty?
I mean, this Soul just seems impossible to fight, doesn't it? Because even if they send Orianna Nocturne ult, who are you sending it on? And then Swain has Flash and has Zhonya's even. They were maybe looking for like an Ashe ult combo on Swain. I don't even know if that would have worked. It was a good idea, I guess, but what they need to do, the only way TMDK have any chance in this game, is look for picks away from objectives. If OED gets to the objective like this, and they have every flash, they have stopwatch on Swain, they have stopwatch on Jax even, it's unwinnable. Whoever you Orianna Nocturne ult on, they're going to flash it, they're going to ult it, it's going to be completely doomed for you. What they need to do is burn those important summoners by looking for these side lane picks, these like scrappy fights, and then when they're burned, you can maybe take a 5v5, maybe hope for a misplay. But with no prep, I mean, they're going to try and prayer a steal here. They're
going to try and Hail Mary. That's exactly what they're going to do. Milk and Mocha is going to cast the Paranoia, I have to believe. The ward goes down. They see I'm So Vile, but do they see the rest of them? They tried to use the Farsight alteration, but there you go. 8 for 8 dragons in this series. Maybe if you count Elders, actually, they're 9 for 9 is Optimal Esports, and they are looking now with the Baron in hand, with the Soul in hand, to march down and rip open the base now of TMDK in Game 2.
Yep, I mean, this Ur got so low. They just have to keep playing on this top wave, really. Because this Urgot should be super killable soon.
You also have to be careful underneath this tower as well. One Nevermore from I'm So Vile, scooting on an off angle with Ishal's impact can start a play off. An Impale as well could go crazy here.
You do have to be a little safe sieging as 4 as OED.
They're going on to El Rush topside. Let's see if they can do it. He goes into the stasis, gonna jump away onto the minion with the leap strike, and that should be enough for him to buy time for the rest of his team to back him up. He goes into the counter-strike, should be able to find the kill as well. They will! Candy goes down. That is going to be...
Jax wasn't a problem. I think you should leave Jax up again. I think that was definitely not the issue in either of these games. This champ is definitely not disgustingly unbalanced sometimes.
Well, when you get that early lead, I mean, that's when Jax will just shine. They land the arrow, they land the shockwave. Scootin could be in trouble, or he said, call an ambulance, but not for me. I'm bringing the whole team with me. Into the demonic ascension goes I'm So Vile. Cosmic Radiance being channeled as well, which means they can just go straight under the tower and cause havoc here for TMDK. They're going to rip them apart underneath their own base. They're diving all the towers in the world. They're dropping members. They just don't care. Michael Russ will come next. The stasis to drop the tower aggro for I'm So Vile. And Optimal Esports tear him to shreds.
There you go. There's a little more aggression, but you can still see like OED at their heart. They're kind of a counter-punching team. They haven't looked very good proactively a lot of points.
Oh my
an ultimate.
gosh.
Wow. Well, I was
That
saying
was
they
crazy.
haven't looked very active proactively. Like, they haven't found great plays, but what they do very well, they see Nocturnal top lane, L Rush plays it great, he has the stopwatch, he can survive, and then they even after that, they were like trying to recall on the 5v4 or something. They were playing it really slow. For whatever reason, TMDK sends all their abilities at the Skarner. Skarner, completely immortal, finds the ultimate onto Ashe, who like overstepped trying to pick him, and then they activate. Then they can play a great fight. Then they can take a tower. TMDK needs to slow down a little bit in this series. They need to pick their spots a little better. They've been the best team in the league at avoiding deaths, and now they have
Going on to
17
the
of them.
Derek, who's pretty isolated from the rest of the squad, but he just uses that blast cone to get to safety. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide as well. No plays can just go the way of TDMK right now, as now they're going to get counter-engaged on Milk, and Mocha has the Counter-Strike stun to deal with. They're running down the jungler right now. They should be able to pick it up. The Grand Entrance, though, will buy him some space. Battle Dance to get back for Mitski. They're continuing the pursuit, though. They land the stun, they grab the kill, and Mitski is the first one to fall. The rest are retreating. Baron is up. Shockwave brings two that are back, but it's just not enough here for the side of True Minded Gaming, because they are very much so on the back foot, and they're once again going to lose another Baron.
Yep, and I mean, isn't that exactly what I just said? OED aren't doing things super proactively. They just see, you know, Nocturne and Ashe wasted ult throwing ahead Tarek, and now they can pick a fight, and they just continue the fight naturally and get a kill, get a Baron.
Now, Rush is getting pretty aggressive, though. He has to be
Rush is a bit
careful.
sharp. I mean, it's L Rush Jax. Like, this guy's immortal, I'm pretty sure.
It's kind of like the bin Jacks of the Titan Vanquisher League. From 2 games, I'm seeing that. And they're going to go for the play here. They don't even care about the Baron. They just want to kill their opponents. L Rush is just going to evaporate Crushing Rock on the backside while the rest of his team takes care of business elsewhere in the river. And that should secure them the Baron after a little bit of restraint.
Yep, very solid turn. I mean, TMDK just, honestly to me, they seem rattled. It feels like the moment's getting to them. They're trying to force their way back into this game. You can argue, you know, this game was over from a while ago. It doesn't matter too much that they're losing it, but this is still an opportunity to maybe force a mistake or keep playing good League. And you're just hoping at this point that they can mentally reset between games and be prepared for Game 3 instead of giving us potentially one of the biggest 3-0 upsets I can ever imagine.
It's pretty wild to see the developments of this series only about 1.5 or 1 3/4 games into it. Potential 2-0 here, staring down the barrel for Optimal. Very likely, actually. And this is now going to have to be, like you said, a regain from TMDK. A reverse sweep will have to come through. That is not an easy ask. It's possible.
This is Vanquisher,
but it's hard.
So not only is a reverse sweep possible, but like Elder is spotted. There is theoretically the opportunity for some wildly illegal Elder Steal shenanigans to occur. It's just like you start to visualize like what would it take for TMDK to win, and it just feels impossible, right? Because even if they get Elder Steal, they should lose the fight. Even if they pick someone, they should lose the fight.
They're trying to go in onto the Skarner, but he might just get massive impale value here. It's going to land onto all 3 members. Now the cavalry arrives for the side of Optimal. If they've already lost one, pay attention to I'm So Vile. Pay attention to the Jax, to L Rush. They're going to get 2 people now. Immediately, the rest are going to fall. That is the power of Optimal in game number 2. They don't need the Elder Drake. They don't need anything else. They just need themselves and time with these towers to run it down and take this game number 2. El Rush will find the Orianna. All 5 dead for TMDK, and they have to stare down the barrel of a reverse sweep now here in the round of 12 of Titan Vanquisher.
And I know one person who's very happy right now. It's Meta Shift. I think he's having himself a ball right now.
Maybe so. Let's see, though. That's the thing. Can they come back from this? It's not over yet. That is what we have to keep in mind. But you have to believe Optimal Esports, they're on cloud 9 right now. And
I mean, this was
True
a
Minded
beautiful
Gaming
draft. This was
exact
such
opposite.
a beautiful draft by OE Destiny, or Dynasty. Sorry, my fault. I guess they are destined in this one, but they had such a beautiful draft. They played it solid. They didn't have too many egregious mistakes. They punished the enemy team's mistakes. They're playing some of their best league, and now TMDK. One more game for the rest of your tournament lives. Let's see if they have what it takes to start this comeback.
In the draft in game 2, they banned away all the picks that Optimal pulled out in game number 1. They forgot the Jax. The Jax popped off. They pulled out the Swain. The Swain popped off. They drafted so well, like you said. Their answers into this Optimal team for True Minded Gaming have not been enough. They have to scramble something together now, or their season is going to be cut short here at the round of 12, which I'm hearing from you, Soul, from the chat room, which is blowing up with all the talk of what's going on right now. Absolutely egregious here. Let's see if this comeback can be mounted. Stay on your toes, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere, because after this break, we will bring you the result of game number 3 and how it's all going to go down.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
Welcome back to the Titan Vanquisher League, where we have Optimal Esports Dynasty holding a 2-0 lead over True Minded Gaming. Death Knights right now, backs against the wall for the considered favorite heading into this series here in the round of 12. I'm still Ferris. This is still Soul. And we are going to see whether this is just going to be the most shocking 3-0 of recent time, or if TMDK have what it takes to pull out at least one game to mount their momentum towards that reverse sweep. And Soul, I'm going to have to ask you first, do you have faith in, at the very least, TMDK picking up their first win here in Game 3?
So I have an interesting take here. We haven't really talked about the Milk and Mocha swap. I'm not trying to get into the politics, but the interesting thing is Milk and Mocha used to be their coach. And now I don't think they have a coach, or at least the dynamics are probably pretty weird. And the issue with that is the coach is the person who mentally resets you. The coach is the person who's like, okay guys, relax, we're gonna change draft like this, change course, we got this. If they don't have someone like that, that could be why they changed up their draft strategy completely and banned 3 new champs going into game 2. And in my opinion, 3 champs that weren't really the problem. So that really has me concerned for the team's overall mental state going into this game 3. Even though I'm sure all the players really want to win, I'm sure they're going to still give it their all. I'm not sure if they're going to be... It's kind of like, you know, when a boxer gets rocked, they're on the wobbly legs a little bit. They might still want to win, but you're compromised. And I think this team has looked compromised later into that game too, and might still be. That's the big question for me going into this game 3.
I think that's a fantastic take and tells the story about what True Minded Gaming might be thinking right now. All it will take, though, in my opinion, to reverse all of these psychological effects they may be feeling with the way that this series is gone, is just one win in that win column to give them that boost of confidence back. Then they don't really need a coach to be able to tell them, you guys can do this, we can just regain, we can change up our draft, things can still go well for us, because they just did. Whether you like it or not, you were winning games. So in the draft for game number 3, now on the blue side once again for Optimal Esports, red side for True Minded Gaming. What are either of these teams going to bring out? And that's going to be the question. We're starting off same old here, Optimal Esports. They don't want to play against that Yone there in the hands of Michael Ross.
I think, to me, if I'm TMDK's coach, the big question has been the mid-jungle chemistry. Last game, we saw multiple times Milk and Mocha invade when Michael Ross didn't have prio. We saw Michael Ross get caught pushing mid lane too aggressively. I need them to play better together in this game. And I want to see, to be honest, I want to see the Udyr jungle. Like, we saw them have success on it before. Their lanes have been good. Candy has been good in lane. Their bot lane had a big advantage last game. I want to see them play the Udyr, farm a bunch of camps, play this low volatility style, and I think that's what they have to get back to if they want to win this game.
I absolutely agree. Go back to the most intuitive way to play League of Legends. Play a team that has consistent damage, that has a front line, and that you don't need to make any overly synergistic or tough to pull off plays to find success. Now, going back to this Skarner for Optimal, I think is the right choice. The champion is so strong. It's an excellent blind pick jungler. We are now going to see Crushing Rock is going to opt now into the mages. At least I have to believe this is going to be a Ziggs for Crushing Rock as Lee Sin. You're laughing right now. Soul, what do you got for us?
I mean, Lee Sin's an aggressive pick. I'm scared right now because I'm thinking Skarner, who's killing him between Lee Sin and Ziggs? If you're playing Ziggs ADC, what are you going to pick mid that's going to kill the Skarner? That's an immediate concern to me, but I like the confidence. I like that they're saying, hey, Lee Sin, slam it on the table, what do you have to answer it? And they pick Galio. That is, I think, a Galio flex. That could be support or mid, which could be why they're blinding it. And they presume it's going to be a 2 AP comp. I think.
QERW did play the Galio support, I believe, in one of their Vanquisher games. Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the very least, I might have saw it in some of their solo queue. But that is a very strong flex pick. They are going to hold Michael Ross's pick, and they have played double mage as True Minded Gaming with Crushing Rock and Michael Ross just rocking that.
I think the Mundo ban is kind of like, I understand the Mundo ban because that's the main, but they need to pinch AD mids right now. They need to try and get like Yasuo. I guess Yasuo is kind of fake in this team comp, but they need to get like Tristana away. Like, I understand Tristana's not super meta viable. That's a Mike Ross champion. Why are you banning LeBlanc? Okay. I'm very confused about the LeBlanc ban. They need an AD mid right now. They need some AD mid that's gonna get through the Galio, and I think that's what they're kind of saving for R5. They could also send Ziggs mid, but I just think Ziggs is more of a Crush and Rock champ.
Crushing Rock is definitely more of the Ziggs player. They have the Aatrox for Candy. This is going to be a blind Aatrox, and L Rush is going to play the Volibear. They finally banned the Jax. We won't get an L Rush Jax. It's a Volibear though, which has potential to some lanes too.
Like, Volibear is a very good champ. That is a Galio support in the end of it. Kind of AP heavy team comp for OED now.
Definitely
now
is.
we all eyes on this mid lane pick. Tristana. Hey, I did say you have to ban the Tristana. I understand champ isn't very good right now. It's a Mike Ross champ, and it's the best ADC after Corki. Like, are you gonna play Lucian mid? Are you gonna play Ezreal?
So we do see, though, that the Tristana is in the bot side for Crushing Rock. On the graphic, it may be actually different, but we will get confirmation when we do end up heading into game.
It looks
like it's being switched around now. Yeah, it's definitely a Crushing Rock Ziggs. And honestly, again, though, this composition, it's not super easy to play if you're True-Minded Gaming. So the Lee Sin, Milk and Mocha really has not impressed me too much.
This is their team comp. Like, this is Mike Ross, Tristana, Ziggs on Crush and Rock, Mitski on Rel. The top side's a little weird, but this is the core. This is what got them here. I think if you're TMG, you have to be pretty happy about the draft.
I want to see this Milk and Mocha Lee Sin, though. We haven't seen it yet in Vanquisher, and it's a champion that needs to take over early on. You have such insane early game power. You need to make plays for your team. You have to find those critical insects, those early game plays that are going to bring your Tristana a lead. Can Michael Ross play from ahead this time? These are the questions we are asking now that we are onto the Rift for game number 3. Will Optimal Esports complete the upset faster than we ever thought was possible, or will TMDK hold on and force game number 4 in the round of 12 of the Titan Vanquisher League? We're on to the Rift to find out.
Yeah, if I'm being honest with you, I have no idea what this Lee Sin pick is. I feel like it doesn't do well into Skarner. Obviously, it then gets like further countered by Volibear that can just fight it to death. It doesn't like playing into Talia. Doesn't even like playing into Jhin because Jhin is so far ranged. And like, you don't want to play with the Lee Sin if you're Tristana. Is Tristana gonna set up a gank? Like, you have no CC anywhere except for Rel. I guess you can like invade with the Prio, but like, are you gonna 1v1 the Skarner to death as Lee Sin? It just seems very fake. Obviously, it's a mechanical pick. It's a stylish pick. You like the confidence that it shows that he's picking Lee Sin. And if he plays it really well, it can work. But I'm just kind of dubious on it overall.
We're skeptical.
Like, imagine if they just had like a Sejuani or something.
That's true. And just a much easier champ to pull off. We wanted easy. We wanted back to the basics, but we didn't quite get that with this composition.
Imagine this comp with an Udyr jungle. I feel like that would be way better. But we will see. There's opportunities for me to cast a curse and be proven wrong.
I think the most important part is the first couple minutes. What can this Lee Sin get done? I mean, look how aggressive Michael Ross is playing off the rip inside of this lane. I have to imagine Unraveled Earth from the Talia will be problematic for Lee Sin, for Tristana, for Rel as well here. This was the last pick for Optimal Esports side. They also have the Galio too for big disengage, so these are some power picks to watch out for and could be pivotal in fights for Optimal Esports.
This is also a game where you need to secure grubs as TMDK. You need 6 grubs, you need to kill towers with Ziggs and with Tristana. That's something this team can do. They're a lot better about using grubs than OED are. They need to secure that early objective.
Jumping in is Michael Ross with that satchel charge, going to find some good damage. Yeah, Michael Ross looks very confident at the very least, trying to trade so aggressively. The trades aren't necessarily going in his way, but if we can get Milk and Mocha involved in this lane with half HP laners, then that might be good for them. But Scooten's already kind of hovering around this area too.
I mean, this is kind of what I was saying before the series, and as we see this gank come through.
It's
Oh, it got canceled.
It's gonna cancel the rocket jump. Michael Ross might have to flash, but he gets hit anyways. No, it's a disaster once again in the mid lane to start the game off for TMDK.
There's no way I'm so vile did that intentionally. He definitely just like slightly sent his E too far and got lucky with the flash, but oh no, it's disaster.
It just...
What I was gonna say before I was so rudely interrupted is that Mike Ross is a very oppressive laner. He's in your face, he's using his spells on you. But like, you can't play like that versus good players. You can't force trades. That's something I've really had to learn this split in AML. You can't force trades against good players. And I'm So Vile is a good player. Like, he's playing very solid. He's accepting these trades, and then he's getting the jungler to come, and they're just turning Mike Ross's aggression back in his face, and they just got another early kill off this gank.
And just once, it's so uncanny the way that it was just so similar to the first or the second game where it was Michael Ross once again getting picked off. And now you see Milk and Mocha trying to hover around here. There's just no gank opportunities. I love the point that you made out about the fact that they just don't have a lot of CC set up for these ganks. So how do they actually get the lead that they want here with this pick? We're going to have to see if that's something that they can do. But Scooten is once again looking to target the mid lane. Is going to jump in with the Ishtal's impact. Michael Ross, he can jump away, is going to get stunned. Milk and Mocha here gets out.
I thought there was almost an opportunity for a 2v2 here. Like, blue side needs to be very safe here because they don't have mana on Talia. And
This is what's going to happen.
Oh, no, there is
Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, good Seismic Shove.
Yeah. They end up getting out, but it was just a little bit scary that moment.
Oh, El Rush. Canny also flashed away. I'm not sure if that was necessary. Milk and Mocha on the other side gets the Skarner. That is huge. We're going to see a replay of what went down.
That's a weird Aatrox flash. Yeah, he just kind of got caught staying in a place that he should not be. Good play by Milk and Mocha. Did his job there. I think one thing that happened there, I'm So Vile never got his reset off after getting the early kill. He wasn't able to complete the sequence, is kind of how I like to say it, and get the reset. So he was just on no mana, wave state was bad. It ends up being okay at the end of it, like gold is even, but it does feel like they lost a potential advantage. I'm So Vile kind of need to be a bit more accurate there and just get a
rush. Jumping onto Canny. Again, another bad wave state for Canny here. Good healing from El Rush as well. This is a top lane matchup I'm not very knowledgeable in. The Volibear, the Aatrox, El Rush. I mean, both of these top laners have gotten the better of each other in the early going and lane phases. It was game 1 for Canny. It was game 2 for El Rush. This is the game to kind of break that tie. Let's see in this matchup who gets the better. They've been trading pretty heavily.
So far, El Rush just seems so much more comfortable in trades. Like, you saw it there. He just kept so steady compared to Canny, like, using his flash at a timer where it just seemed kind of weird. Just feels like he's a bit more nervous in that exchange. And, like, game 1, you know, Canny played well game 1, but that was ultimately the Wukong gank and then wave management. It wasn't really winning through trades as much. So I think El Rush is a bit better at these trades, but we see Canny still managing the wave well, managing the overall, like, whole flow of the lane just fine. So it evens out. But we're seeing, you know, I mentioned this earlier, TMDK just didn't do a Grubs play at all. They just gave first 3 Grubs for Dragon, which, you know, now they've taken a Dragon in the series, which is nice, but you're playing like a full split push kill towers comp. Like, you need Grubs, and it just feels kind of weird that they didn't go for it at all.
Yeah, that's going to be nice for them to deny those Grubs away. Tristana, Ziggs, you're absolutely right. They love taking towers, especially if the team play, or at least in the 5v5 sense goes, doesn't work for True Minded Gaming. They could default to that split push, play more for side lane picks, and see what you can do with Michael Ross in a side lane. But now at least that power is going to be mitigated a bit with the fact that they're deciding to play in for the Drake game early on in this one.
By Crush and Rock, he gets to squeeze a little bit here bot lane.
At the very least, QERW is here now. So is Scootin. They have the control ward inside of the Tribe Rush, so they do not know the Skarner is here. Maybe anticipating Milk and Mocha to be down here to punish this, although...
to help break the freeze is really what he's here for, because blue side needs to push out, get the wave all the way in, and then yeah, if Milk and Mocha is here, even 2v2 it can get a bit scary, but it's just good to have the jungle here. Though he probably should be leaving by now, he's staying a bit too long.
Want to make sure they get that wave in. They do. Milk and Mocha is top side control right now for Canny. Al Rush has to be careful around here. He is going so aggressive for these trades. So now that he sees the Lee Sin, has to commit the Stormbringer to get out to safety. Still pretty low on health as well. And so with this map right now, it does have to be careful. Even if a potential dive, Milk and Mocha going to try and look to steal the camps, and is going to find that Grump.
The Tristana doesn't have prio in mid lane because of the early gank, so Talia is kind of walking up here. Elrush needs to be safe though. I think they're looking for some sort of Talia play potentially, but with Lee Sin still around, it's pretty fake. He's just covering.
There's a lot of tension building around this top side. You feel like at any moment, Canny and El Rush could make the engagement that will spell their doom. El Rush wants this right now. He's like, well, you got to know, with Canny stepping up like this, there's people around. Mitski is also top side to try and maybe make this play happen. They're going to spot him on a ward. El Rush, certainly you know that something bad is going down here. You got to be safe. I don't know. I mean, I guess the Rel is here. They're gonna cancel the Lee Sin. Ishtal's impact into the wall.
There's a Talia
just gonna cook him away.
I don't know if he'll commit it.
Yeah, with
Rel around, it's a bit fake. All in all, this is still fine for TMDK. It's just a little weird how this whole sequence happened. And one of the main benefits is that while Talia's wasting all this time, they got her reset off on Tristana. We'll see like where she's at item wise, but could be a little bit of an item edge on her.
We're gonna take a look now. Grubs, not quite spawning yet, but let's look at QERW. Gets that damage mitigation off, should be okay. Doesn't have to use flash either. I thought maybe for a moment they were in trouble. Let's look topside though. El Rush almost killed off in the 2 versus 1. Scootin is wasting a lot of time up here to get not a whole lot. This is good for TMDK.
Yeah, Scootin's kind of just over ganking a little bit. It feels like he's trying too hard to cover some of these plays and not trust in his laners on the edges. Like he stayed bot a little too long, he stayed top a bit too long. And because of that, Milk and Mocha has gotten a level lead. He's in good conditions, but it's still fine. Like everything's still reasonable and okay right now.
It's close. This is a very tense game 3. You have to feel for Optimal. They're thinking maybe this is our game to put them away. I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to give them momentum. If you're True Minded Gaming, this is your last shot. Your back's against the wall. Your season is on the line. If you mess one more up, you have no other chances. So both of these teams ahead of these crucial plays, they've got to be feeling the nerves on either side. And this is one of those games where things will break open with just the very small misplays that will lead to huge gains in team fights.
Do you see that in Lee Sin's inventory? All this tempo that he's been able to snag on Skarner, he's just straight up has an Eclipse. And this is a big timer. Grubs and Drag both up. I still really dislike the idea that OED just aren't putting any prior on this second Grubs whatsoever. They're like 4 bot lane right now. It just feels like they're too attached to the Dragon objective. Like if they get Grubs, they can play split push. It's still very useful with Talia ult. You can still do it. with Galio ult.
This is dangerous.
Probably gonna be a fight.
There's 4 people.
Yeah.
Scootin has to flash away. He looks for the Impale. Still 4 versus 3 right now, though, in favor of the side of TMDK. But here comes the Weaver's Wall from I'm So Vile. Heroic Entrance is not going to save Scootin, who doesn't have flash. This should be the free kill here to start them off the fight. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't quite finish him off. And Milk and Mocha will grab the kill on the Galio. Jumping in is Michael Ross to get the second one. Curtain Call so deep here from the Jin, able to trade one back, but he's in the middle of nowhere. This should just be 4 kills for TMDK, and they are looking to get themselves back 1 in this series. Kenny solo kills El Rush on the top side, and they are back in business.
That, I guess it technically was never an actual ace because Galio got up. That was just a disjointed fight. The issue is they aren't playing with Talia. Talia can't ult into a fight. Talia has to be there to press her W down and stop them from going in and all that. They just didn't have Talia there at the start. Talia didn't feel comfortable even like ulting in. And because of that, red side can just get there, engage off, push the fight.
And they could have played for Grubs easily. It wasn't in the mind of true-minded gamers to contest the Drake at all. Or sorry, the second trio of Grubs at all. They could have had 6 Grubs for free. They could have avoided this unfortunate fight. Now, look how far ahead Milk and Mocha is on this Lee Sin. I was questioning how effective it was going to be because I wasn't too impressed with his performance in game 1 and 2, but now really has the opportunity to start to go ham and carry this game for his team. Same thing with Canny now on a champion that can do more, although falls in the top side.
I guess he was trying to proxy and he just got caught by Skarner.
I guess so, yeah, he died right underneath the tier 2, so I mean, that was a pretty instant caster curse there, and they might just get 6 Grubs now, especially with Lee Sin showing in the bot side as well.
But how do you not take Grubs during all of this as red side? Like, it's so confusing to me that they've just given up 6 Grubs.
Gonna see how this went down. We're gonna speed it up here.
Oh, he got TP'd on, so then he was trying to exit around him. We just overstayed top lane, trying to get plate or something.
And now Grubs should be theirs. No one can really get here at the very least.
And they can get plates top.
They get mites.
A couple plates top, probably.
So,
the issue now, I mean, you have to be very safe with item spikes. Like, everyone's kind of getting first item. The issue is top side's ahead, and then mid lane's a little bit ahead for OED. But once this Tristana gets to her first item, it's going to start rolling downhill for her.
So can Optimal Esports Dynasty get time on towers to make these 6 Grubs effective? They still are staring down the barrel of a very dangerous Lee Sin. If they fall too far behind, they're never really going to be able to utilize these objectives. So can they bring themselves back in this game? That is going to be the question. We've seen them, though, in this position before, and they were able to pull it out and come back. Look at the bot lane, though. They are in so much trouble. Is Kush and
They can collapse on this, but I don't love this play setup from OED. I feel like OED are trying to react to this play, but they should be going top lane. There's a no flash Aatrox. They can trade all day.
Sin. Look at Milk and Mocha. He's going to kick the Galio into everyone. That might not be the exact target that they want, though. Big damage here from I'm So Vile as well. Jump away from Michael Ross to escape. Curtain Call rolls through. Crash down is big. Mega Inferno Bomb for follow-up is even bigger. But can they pull it back in OED? They can grab 2, but they'll lose 3. Still a winning situation right now for TMDK.
Yep. I just really didn't like OED's decision to try and opt into the fight there. I mean, I understand there's some nervousness about like leaving bot lane alone, but you're playing Jhin. It's Jhin Ziggs. You can just go top lane, kill top lane, get top turret, get Herald, exchange. You're down in gold. You want to trade gold. You want to just... If you're down 2k at 14 minutes, big problem. If you're down 2k at 25 minutes, not a big problem. You can come back and win that with a bit of outplay. I just feel like they didn't use the 6 Grubs at all, and it's just a pretty lazy macro play that gets punished by a good play from TMD.
I absolutely agree. And when you have 6 Grubs and you make those cross-map plays, even if they have the same amount of time onto the tower as your team does, you have that extra damage. You will be pushing the towers faster. You will be getting more than the other teams. So that is an excellent point that you make, Soul. You have to be playing these cross-map fights. It's better for you because you're behind and you'll just get more time on the towers, which is exactly what you want. 3,000 gold lead for TMDK, one of the biggest leads, if not the biggest lead they have had thus far in this series. Can they convert? Can they bring this series back?
I mean, TMDK the whole season, this is their bread and butter. Like, they've played exactly how they like to play, they've farmed pretty well, they've gotten the gold lead. The process has maybe not been perfect, but it's been good enough. And now they're in full control, and from these spots, they've been a very good team consistently. So you have to think they're going to close this game out and send us to a game 4.
Well, it is very early still, and there's still hope for Optimal Dynasty. This top side of the map, it's been interesting because where is the Volibear value really going to start to roll through? They have not been able to tower dive with it. It doesn't necessarily get much stronger than the Aatrox later on. Maybe in the 1v1 when items roll through, there's something I'm missing in this matchup, but El Rush has been a very key part about the success of Optimal Esports Dynasty in this series. He's not really in that power position this time around. Unless he can find those crazy monster flanks in this game too, I think this bodes well for TMDK.
Another incredibly frustrating moment here for OED's macro. They're given Herald, obviously. They're down 3k gold. Why is there nobody bot lane? They have no one on this bot wave. They're like trying to get mid-prio invade bot jungle. You have grubs. You should be hitting bot wave, push bot wave in, hit tower. Tristana can't really walk up versus Tristana and Skarner, and it just feels like they completely dropped this wave.
Looking for a fight onto Milk and Mocha. They find the Impale, but the Weaver's Wall will prevent him from being pulled any further. Teleporting in is Michael Ross. Curtain Call comes through as well from Kush. It doesn't do much damage. The Drake is spawning. A lot of key ultimates used here from OED, so that might dissuade them from taking the fight here.
Yeah, this feels pretty impossible to fight, to me at least.
They're going to try it anyways. They found their way onto Mitski. They're getting TP flanked. I think this is not going to go well for them, though, as now Scootin is the target here. World Ender pop for Canny. He's looking for the back line, but he's going to back right on out. It's a 1-for-0, and probably the Drake as well for TMDK.
You have to hope El Rush can maybe get top tower. That's the only salvation. But I mean, Ziggs can TP potentially. Have to be a bit safe against Volibear, but he doesn't have like big damage item yet. This is just TMG being a bit quicker on the macro draw, and OED not doing enough to punish them at all. One thing there that I want to briefly note, I think Mike Ross's TP there was premature and kind of shows some nervousness maybe that he was trying to get into the fight. He could have just stayed bot, gotten the full bot tower, be way more snowballed right now. It's kind of reminiscent of his TP last game where it feels like he's just a bit too quick to join the fight, because the fight petered out immediately. Like, his presence didn't mean anything.
And he is very online in this game. He has so much control compared to the other games in this series. So Michael Ross, as well as many others like Milk and Mocha, Canny, and even Crushing Rock, so much more comfortable in a much better position this time around to make things happen. Their first potential cross-map play of the game here, but there is still two people that are flanking this. This is going to go disastrously, I believe, for the side of OED. They're getting flanked. Maybe they can pull off one kill. They're getting a TP off. They've disabled the tower, but Scootin's tanking up. Heroic Entrance is going to fall down, but maybe it's actually going to go good for them. Somehow that Impale had landed. Milk and Mocha is stunned up, but the safeguard will bring him to safety for the moment. Can the Curtain Call find anything extra? It is Mitski that is tanking for him. Flash forward from the Volibear, but he just can't find the damage. It's a double kill. It's the outplay for TMDK. They hold strong underneath their tier 1.
I mean, I like the angle from OED. They committed to the cross map. They were aggressive. The only issue there is I'm So Vile kind of messed up his combo. He wasn't waiting for the stun to come down. He wasn't waiting for the E stun to come down onto Lee Sin, and as a result, he couldn't chain his CC, so he missed some abilities. They couldn't one-shot him. That was a potential comeback moment. Instead, it ends up being fairly bad. But I do like the look, and it would have been much better if they weren't down 5k going into it, obviously.
They're swinging for the fences still at the very least, and there's lots of game left to play. One big mistake from TMDK's side could net the comeback for Optimal Esports. They do have the playmaking potential. They have great disengage as well. So they still have the tier 1 to work with in the mid lane. Maybe they look to see if over aggression is utilized by TMDK's side and they outplay underneath the tower. They have still, though, despite being down in gold, been the ones on the aggressive side. So maybe if they dial it back here, they could potentially find success playing more reactively instead of proactively.
The issue for OED right now is they're staring down the barrel of an Ocean Soul. It's not like the biggest Ocean Soul in the world, but you never like to give it. And more importantly, you're staring down 2 items on Tristana. Game's going to be really hard unless Mike Ross makes some catastrophic blunder in a team fight here. Like, you need, if you're looking for a comeback, you're looking for Milk and Mocha or Michael Ross to just lose their minds and die for free in the next minute or two.
It's the same situation for TMDK that OED has been in for the last 2 games. They have 3 Drakes looking to grab a very early soul, a minute 45 seconds until that one comes down. And it's Optimal Esports who have to muster some strength. They have to rush to get those items completed to be able to contest their opponents here, less giving away such a powerful objective to them. They're looking for the play top side. The flash, or sorry, the Buster Shot is going to bring I'm So Vile away, but they're just going to jump right back in as Mitsuki's here with all the crowd control at their disposal, and they bring down the Talia.
It always feels like whenever TMDK make a play, there's nobody ready to punish from OED. Like, their supports in base, they have no mid prior, they're trying to cross map
Looking
here,
for
which
Candy.
might work too.
Turn off the tower. You're going to be able to
really
probably
Elrush
find
who's
this
doing
kill.
it.
They got it.
I mean, I kind of caster cursed it because they did end up getting the cross map in the end, but it's really only been Elrush who's like given the team the opportunity to make the play by like aggressively getting prio and trading. So they do at least get a little something back. Is it going to be enough? Hard to say, but
They're teleporting to save this tower. The Crushing Rock is here. The Drake is alive in 35 seconds. Michael Ross has completed the recall, now heading back to the Dragon Pit to start off this fight. Teleport is not available yet for I'm So Vile right now. The Weaver's Wall is, but this is still a big distance to cover to get to this fight on time.
yeah, and the issue is they need Talia in the fight early because Talia is their anti-engage. She doesn't really want to ult into that team comp. It's not really going to work. But it seems like we're at least going to get a Dragon Dance. And again, you're like one bad W from Mike Ross away from this being a game. This does feel a bit more volatile than last game just because of the team comps. Even if, you know, as long as Mike Ross doesn't do anything insane, this should be TMDK's Dragon
Kenny
Dance.
has teleports. There is a flank ward sort of right in front of where most of the OED members are. They're burning down this Drake. It's down to 5,000 HP. TMDK, this is your time to put away your opponent's channel. Teleport is being channeled here by the Aatrox. They're trying to use the Weaver's Wall to cut them off, but the Lee Sin's in the pit. The Lee Sin secures the Hextech Drake. Kush is being attacked in the backside, but the peel is being bought here from Scooten, and that should just be it for the fight. The entirety of TMDK is ripping them apart. This is their time. This is their moment to get that confidence back, and they crush their opponents at the Drake.
Yep, this looks like a TMDK game. I mean, they're doing exactly what they need to do. We mentioned this team is very solid with their advantages. They did not throw, they did not do anything illegal. This is a composed and quality game from them, the exact type of game they needed to get back into the series. And you have to wonder if OD are regretting that LeBlanc ban.
Yeah, you called it. Tristana, you said it. He needs to play Tristana with Crushing Rock playing the Ziggs, and Michael Ross does that. It was the incorrect read from Optimal Esports, unless they really were planning on playing the LeBlanc, and they just ended up getting this Tristana pick and making it work out
If
anyways.
they were thinking about playing LeBlanc into a Galio, I mean, you're completely...
Yeah, no way. Definitely no way. No way. And they should just be able to end this game off in the next couple of minutes. There's very little with 11,000 gold deficit that Optimal Esports is looking at that they can do. They just don't have enough in the tank to stop this from happening. The question is how clean and how quickly can TMDK make it happen?
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping, probably planning to win the game in the next, like, 3-4 minutes, ideally. The only issue is they don't have grubs, so tower taking does get a bit slow. But they can run this, like, 4-1 or 1-3-1 setup with Tristana in side lane. it becomes extremely oppressive to play against. I mean, they should just win any fight ever. Again, slight caveat in that, like, if Tristana dies for free, there's some throw potential, but it feels too difficult to have happen.
It's almost 3 items on Crushing Rock, approaching Rabadon's death cap. The poke from this champion is going to be so immense once that comes through. It's already been a problem for Optimal Esports to deal with. I feel like Scooten is stepping very far up in the jungle. Doesn't really have much business stepping up to everyone here. The ADC is just jumping in the face of the Volibear and taking out half of his HP, winning the trade and forcing him back. The hope is really fading here for OED. Scooten's caught out inside of the jungle. This is the play that I was looking for TMDK to grab, but that's a nice impale. Very much in trouble is the Tristana. Looks like she'll end up being okay. Candy's in trouble as well on this top side of the map. Fortunately, does not get hit by the seismic shove. And I'm So Vile dodging away from the Darkened Blade as well to keep themselves alive. Curtain Call comes through. No kills are earned. It's a pretty valiant defense, though, from OED.
I mean, I said the only way this can go bad is if Tristana dies for free. She was doing such a good job of spacing against the Skarner ult, and then Milk and Mocha kind of just like kicked the Skarner on top of her, and it looked really sketchy for a sec, but when you're up 12k gold, you can kind of do what you want. And they're at least doing things, so they do get some towers, but not the perfect conversion. I think it might go to an Elder.
There is definitely the chance, and honestly, I think it's going to go to the Elder as well. You might just play it as safe as you possibly can if you are true-minded gaming. They don't obviously want to flip the Elder Drake, but you can just fight beforehand, and you're so far ahead that that fight is almost certainly going to go your way, so they might just wait until that time comes to secure that victory, because again, any heartbreaking, crushing mistake you make at this point, if you are TMDK, is going to be your last one here in Titan Vanquisher, so I wouldn't doubt that they decide to opt in for the safe play.
At the same time, sometimes delay in the game is the riskier play because, as I've mentioned before, gold leads get smaller over time as the amount of gold goes up. And then you're also talking about like Elder flips. Like, again, you're constructing this mental image of like, how does TMDK throw this lead? It's probably something that involves one or both of Tristana and Ziggs getting caught, them losing Elder because of it, and then them losing Baron because of Elder, and then some weird thing happening. Like, that's the only cycle that can actually go wrong, is them losing Elder, getting their carries caught, and then losing Baron.
Well, they're both their carries, at least one of them at the very least. Crushing Rock has flash and makes it much more difficult. And the range that Crushing Rock can play with as well on the Ziggs, being this artillery mage, is so immense. It gets difficult to even get in range to try to bring him down on this Ziggs. Had a couple deaths there around that lane phase time when things were getting very chaotic, but this game state is so nice for a Ziggs. You can sit, you can siege, you can hit from afar, your opponents have to walk up to you at objectives, and 45 seconds to go on this Elder. We are going to go there, and I have to feel that Crushing Rock's going to have a field day, but let's see how it unfolds, because there's always that chance of a crazy Elder flip.
Yeah, the issue is even just an Elder flip isn't really enough. You need to catch the carry, because TMDK will win a fight even if OED has Elder, and they'll definitely win a fight if OED has to sacrifice someone to get Elder. And if you're trading Elder for Baron, it's not even really going to be enough to come back. I do like that they're looking for these picks aggressively. Like, they are playing to their win con. If they knew where Milk and Mocha was, Milk and Mocha's playing worryingly far up. Like, there's some opportunity where maybe he could have gone caught, but reasonable enough. He's not doing anything super crazy.
Here is the Elder. It touches down into the pit. The entirety of Optimal Esports Dynasty are here and ready to make their final stand. Canny has teleport. He can make that happen if he wants. I'm So Vile is by the Ziggs.
I'm So Vile is half health.
This is what we're talking about. It's way too much for them to handle. Scooten, the tank, the front line for Optimal Esports, is already sitting at half health. This already seems like a play that can't really be made.
Yeah, it seems pretty impossible.
They're backing off of it, though. They're still afraid of the potential Skarner drive-by steal. Curtain Call is going to be committed. Scootin rolls in with the Ishtal's impact, but he's just going to be kicked back by Mocha. Excellent play to bring in the jungler. That should be all but wraps at least as very far as the Elder Drake is concerned. The crash down is good here from Mitski. El Rush will be able to get away. QERW is chunked low. The Mega Inferno Bomb from downtown will finish him off. They have the Elder to work with. They have the Baron immediately after, and they might just be slapping the dust off their hands and getting prepared for game number 4.
Well, really, I think, like, what you have to think about from this game is, like, does this Ziggs Tristana Thane need to be broken up with a ban to Ziggs? Will they prioritize it heavier? Because letting Tristana fall to the second round, I'm really not sure what they were going to pick if it got banned. Maybe they'd pick, like, Lucian, some other ADC mid, but the other ADC mids don't feel particularly good, and they're way less comfortable for Mike Ross than Tristana. They also have less synergy with Ziggs. So, do you take away the Ziggs? Do you ban the Ziggs? Are TMDK going to pick something different if Tristana gets banned second phase? Those are kind of the big questions. The Milk and Mocha Lee Sin has looked good. He's played it pretty well mechanically. I do think that at the end of the day, like, he got the lead early game because OED kind of fumbled some plays. So I'm not going to be looking at this game as like you have to ban Lee Sin. It is interesting that TMDK have prioritized Rel so much higher than OED has, given both supports are Rel mains.
It will be interesting to see how Optimal Esports handle now coming off of a loss in the series. We've seen TMDK have to do that now twice. As we're going to see, though, Michael Ross is close to getting caught out. Going to dodge away from the Impale very nicely with the Rocket Jump. Canny will be the next target here for OED. He's going to go into the World Ender, going to get some healing. Just going to push El Rush off like he's nothing. Also force the Stormbringer. Flash forward as well to push away the Volley Bear, who gets caught up with the Mega Inferno Bomb. But there is the execute from the Elder Drake in top lane of OED is gone. The inhibitor tower not long for this world. Inhibitor is going to follow as well once this next wave rolls through here. So I have to believe this is where it's going to end.
Yeah, you'd certainly imagine so. I don't think this has been a regular season level clean conversion from TMDK. Like 33 minutes is meaningfully longer than their games normally go with this type of lead. But they needed a win. They got the win. They are alive in this series, and we're going to a game 4. That's all you can ask for if you're TMG right now.
Everything that happened in this game now, except for what you're prepping for in draft, is out the window. You got the win. You have got your confidence back. Now, at least I would think, especially after such a dominant victory like that, it wasn't really close. You weren't really tested at all in many of these fights. You had it under control for the most part. Now that your confidence is back, you're happy that you got that win. Focus on game 4. Keep that momentum rolling because your back is still against the wall. You still have 2 more must-win games ahead of you, but they've got it done, and they were able to pick up the win there. And really, they looked so much better. You said this was their composition, Soul, and I mean, with this game couldn't have been a testament to that statement anymore.
Yep. Shout out to Mike Ross, the Tristana legend. One of the few still carrying the mantle now that she's been nerfed into the ground. Good performance by him, confident performance, and you hope that both he and Milka Mocha can play a bit better going into the rest of this series. And if they do, you're starting to see why TMG was such a big favorite. Like, at the end of the day, now it's only 2 more games. You know, going into this series, a lot of people would have said 3-0, 3-1. If you had that prediction, you might start to think TMG are still like slight odds favorites, because winning 2 games in a row, not impossible, given that a lot of people predicted they would win 3 in a row.
Absolutely. They do have to win 3 in a row, and you all believed, those TMG predictors, that they could do 3 in a row. It's just at a different time in the series.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
going to now go to another short break. And when we return, this series continues. It's starting to heat up now. We've been baited into the OED 3-0 dream. That has been denied. Can TMDK keep it up, or will OED crush them before any more momentum is built? Don't go anywhere.
side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Peekaboo, I see you, peekaboo, I see you. Looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
True-Minded Gaming has said they are not done yet and that they will not get swept here in this very first playoff match of Titan Vanquisher Fall Split 2024. It's True-Minded Gaming versus Optimal Esports Dynasty. I'm still Ferris. This is still Soul. And on the ropes is still TMGK. But after that pretty emphatic and dominant performance, they have to be feeling good heading into game number 4 here, Soul.
Yeah, I mean, they showed exactly why they were the favorites. They had good mechanics, they had good discipline, they played well with their lead, and it felt like OED was really just lost on the map. Their macro hasn't been very good the entire time, and I thought their macro just wasn't good enough to keep up.
And so let's see what the response is now from Optimal Esports. We're heading into draft for game number 4. This is the first time in this series that they are coming off of a loss and have had side selection. They decide to run it back on the blue side once again. Let's see if their bans change up at all. The thing you're talking about the most here, Soul, is that Tristana and how good it was for Michael Ross. Do you think Optimal ends up taking it away here in the first round?
I'm not sure. I think they might just take away the way Ziggs get Crush and Rock off the AP champions. There's the Ziggs. That's a change. That's a good change. Because once he's off those champions, it becomes harder to play the AD mids. And they didn't put a ton of priority on Tristana last game either. Tristana was a late pick. Yeah. So I like this idea to just ban Ziggs, ban Ione. Typically it's been Orianna, fair enough. And now you're kind of throwing the ball in their court. You're like, okay, are you gonna pick some other AP like Seraphine, and you're gonna play Tristana anyway? Way is up. I expect this to be a B1 away right now.
I absolutely agree. If it's something that even both bot laners like to play, I'm So Vile likes this pick too. What in the world?
Okay.
Camille? Well, that is insanity. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. It's going to be the way. Okay, wait. Okay, we just got baited, man.
We got baited. I was about to say that's the single craziest B1 I've ever seen in my life, and it's exactly what I thought it would be.
Not going to be the case, though. There's the Seraphine you talked about.
Makes plenty of sense. Lee Sin, very solid last game, even into a pretty hard draft, and then Seraphine has been Crush and Rock staple. Let's see if it's going to be Tristana on 3 now. Wukong decent.
Let's say, well, no, they've already locked in the play, so this could go for Kush as well. So unless they decide to take Trist away, I think it would be smart for them to grab it on 3 here, going back towards that Wukong for Scootin now. Or actually, it wasn't Scootin that pulled it out in game 1.
There's been absolutely no rel prio from OED, which is kind of surprising as it is QERW's most played. But for one reason or another, I guess maybe he's scared of the Nautilus counter pick. Just kind of interesting to see.
Opting into the Recon now.
Ash also went through the first 3 on both, which seems kind of crazy to me, but fair enough.
It's just, honestly, I'm thinking about the Michael Ross pick right now. It's Seraphine, it's Lee Sin again.
Surely we ban Tristana this time. Like, we just
I think they should. I think they have to.
Out.
It's the exact same setup as it was in game number 3. They go for the LeBlanc again! Oh my soul, you're so mad about that.
Listen, man, I'm not going to say what these guys deserve right now. I am on Titan broadcast, but Mike Ross is not a LeBlanc player. He's like very famously not a LeBlanc player, and it's just a blind Aatrox again. That's kind of crazy in its own right. That's, I guess, where the Camille comes in. Now he gets to counter pick.
We're just running it back with the same type of... Okay, whoa. Okay, so Camille is coming through into the Aatrox. That is another heat check pick for El Rush. These two players, Canny and El Rush, have been at each other's throats all game long. Sivir now for Kush, the full safety, full scaling into the Seraphine. Honestly, this might just be the cook if they can weather the storm early on.
This could almost be an Ahri angle, but it doesn't really work with the Seraphine. The only issue now is that they actually don't have much AP because they have Seraphine instead of Ziggs, it's a bit scary. Oh, they went Talia instead. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Talia last pick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, the one issue is the Tristana isn't mega attractive when you have Seraphine and Lee Sin and Aatrox because you have so much AD damage already.
Honestly,
These are definitely weird drafts. I don't have a great read on this one.
I think I do. I really,
Okay.
really don't like the TMDK draft. And the reason I don't like it as much is because they've played Seraphine, but they don't have reliable people for Seraphine to buff up. They have an Aatrox, they have a Lee Sin. These are not champions like an AD carry or a hyper carry top laner like a Jax,
or even
like an Aurelia. Exactly.
Even like a Xin Zhao or something.
Oh yeah. There's just it's like they're playing for scaling with their bot lane to do nothing, but then they also need to make things happen early on with Milk and Mocha's Lee Sin. It's all over the place. They didn't opt in for the Tristana, which was so pivotal. This is a big test for me. I really like the easy front to back scaling guarantee with the Camille and the Sivir from the side of Optimal Esports. So this is big, this is dangerous, and I don't know if TMDK have enough in the tank here. They have to really get ahead early on, and that's going to have to come from top jungle since they're playing the Seraphine.
100%. I fully agree. This is on Canny, this is on Milk and Mocha. Milk and Mocha played a very good game last game. I thought his job was pretty hard in the game, and then he caught like some good luck with a couple early fights and got to ride that wave. I think his job this game's also very hard, and he's going to have to kind of pull off the miracle again. You're hoping for a bit more accuracy from OED, not letting him snowball. And then top lane's going to be a banner as it has been as we head into this essential Game 4. My lord.
You're leaking the script right now. So what are you doing? They can't know. No, there's no script. We don't know what's going to happen in this best of 5. All we know is that one of these teams is going home after tonight. And if the game goes Optimal Esports way, that team will surprisingly be True Minded Gaming. Much against everyone's expectations and predictions, but they have to hold on here. We're going to find out right now as we're on to the Rift game number 4.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
You pray against all fate that Elrush does not phase check this bush. I imagine he would not, but he is kind of a psychopath, so you never fully know.
They're going to walk in. They're going to spot him. He's going to get some trading. Milk and Mocha's here. Elrush started Precision Protocol. Does not have hook shot. Damage from I'm So Vile. They're just slapping each other soul.
Yeah.
They're just giving each other some
Vile
love.
at least had the first step, so he was able to get over, and it ends up being fine.
So now,
nice GW. Yeah,
did we get any
So
wards
Vile
down?
is, like, we've been talking a lot about Mike Ross. Mike Ross does feel like one of the protagonists of this series in that his play is kind of what decides it. This is an I'm So Vile game. Like, he's playing his main champion. He's a Hui player. You kind of saw with that QW, he has some crisp to his play. And then he's playing into Talia. I think Talia is a pretty good matchup for Hui. Just have to be safe for the gank threat and some of the side lane threat. He's playing into 3 melees, pretty low damage team comp. And he's playing into Mike Ross on Talia, which isn't one of his main champions. So if you're hoping for I'm So Vile to really step forward and be that mid lane star that he has the potential to be, this would be a great time for it.
He has to be careful because Milk and Mocha on Lee Sin is so powerful early on. There's more gank set up this time with Seismic Shove. The same thing can be said for Elrush, who is weaker early on this Camille, needs some time to ramp up, and is gonna get attempted at least to be punished by this Aatrox. I feel like the majority of the time Milk and Mocha is going to be up here trying to enable his solo laners. Let's see if Scootin can do a job of stopping that from actually happening as well, and how well the Wukong can navigate and track down this Lee Sin to protect his solo laners early on.
There was a slight angle for Lee Sin to level 2 gank top, like just do red, Krugs, gank top. But now that he didn't do that, they spot him on Raptors, and that should give them a big sigh of relief. There's no crazy ganks in these first couple minutes to worry about. Jungle tracking is going to be so important from OE. They really need to step up there and just know where this Lee Sin is, play around it this whole game.
It's going to be much harder to attack the back line with this Sivir pick if you are TMDK. Sivir's spell shield is so powerful at keeping her safe. She is going to be so strong later on. She has a champion like Braum as well, which I feel like we haven't talked enough about, is going to make it very difficult for champions like Rakan and Lee Sin to get into the spots that they want to. Glacial Fissure is an absolute massive spell to stop that from happening. Even the Unbreakable Shield as well to stop skill shots like Beat Drop and Encore from the Seraphine.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the counter to the Seraphine ult is really, really clutch here. If you can imagine OE get into first item, 2 items, and then get into fight at Dragon, the game feels so good for them. Like, they can just sit on Sivir, Hwei, and just flank. They can have their top lane jungle frontline with Braum, and they have so much opportunity to just play the game simply. It's going to be about getting to that point, because ideally the Taliyah ult can divide the fight, the Taliyah ult can also side lane and delay the fight. So there's going to be a lot of tension, but if it resolves neutrally, it favors OED overall.
I absolutely agree. And that's another question we should be thinking about and having in our minds is whether Michael Ross can get good value from the Weaver's Wall once that level 6 rolls through in terms of roams, in terms of cutting off potential positive plays for Optimal Esports. How big can Michael Ross be on this pick? Can he replicate the performance he had in game number 4? It's going to start once that level 6 rolls through as El Rush
just
in
needs
trouble.
to be safe.
Can he be safe is the question. He's going to dodge away from the knockups. He's in danger, though. He is going to drop. That is not good if you are OED.
There's like 2 layers to that. Like, on one hand, the wave is pushing into you. You don't need to trade there. You just need to catch the wave as it pushes into you, and you're completely fine. Life goes on. You're scaling. But then 2, he also played it just really bad mechanically. He like missed his E, he didn't flash. There's no way he should ever die there, even if he's up that far. And that's kind of where you start to see like, okay, maybe the nerves weren't there for OED, but with that moment you're like, damn, I messed that up. How am I going to get back into the game? And that's where the nerves kind of start to come in. Like, nerves are a two-way street.
Absolutely. Not the end of the world for El Rush just yet. 1 kill going over is not going to secure the game for True-Minded Gaming by any means, but being more cautious now, knowing that the threat of this Lee Sin is there. You are on the back foot early on, and if you do get exploited, you will lose the game. You will go to game number 5, and then at that point, you don't have much more momentum. It's everyone's backs against the wall. These are the things that are probably racing through the minds of all of these players right now, is Milk and Mocha once again targeting the bot side, prioritizing more on the Drakes. And to be fair, the team that has played for the Drakes in this series, Soul, has been much more successful.
In fairness, that's because both these teams are slightly CTE with it and just don't really use the grubs properly so far. So theoretically, the first team to figure out how to use these free grubs they're getting has a big advantage in the game. And with Camille being a split push threat, there's that angle. Though Camille, giving up that first blood, bites her in this situation.
The kill goes over to Canny, and now he has the advantage in that 1 versus 1. Can he make the most of that? Because the last time around the kills were going on Milk and Mocha, and they made absolute use of those kills. They were going crazy. They were making plays, dealing good amounts of damage on that Lee Sin, and outpacing the Skarner that Scooten was playing. Now, can that Aatrox utilize that kill advantage to shut down this Camille or not? We see the grubs go through, and Kush is underneath this tower by himself. Recall being channeled from QERW. Can he get back in time if any type of play looks to be made here?
It should be super hard to 3v1 dive here. It's possible, but especially with... I guess they don't have either TP up. It just does feel very dubious. Like, I guess with Seraphino, like, there is kind of an angle now. But it feels like they're not going to go for it. They're just going to keep their lead going.
And with Sivir, you have all the wave clear in the world. It's so annoying when you want to make that play on a Sivir player, and they use Boomerang Blade, they use the ricochets, and the wave is gone. You can't work with the wave to make that tower dive happen. So that's what I'm talking about when I say it's so difficult to actually make plays happen down here if you are TMDK. That Sivir just makes it so annoying. Let's look at Canny though. Hextech Ultimatum available for Al Rush. This will lock him down even when he's inside the World Ender. They have Cyclone too. Flash available for Canny, but it will not matter. And now the kill score is even in the top side.
Yep, very, very solid sequence by Skuhin. Did exactly what he needed to do. Cross-mapped, stole the red buff, got the top lane gank. I'd say that gank was slightly less egregious of a death by Canny because the wave wasn't quite in the same situation, and it's just much easier to die when there's a Camille ult on the other side. You understand him dying there his way it is. Just a good play by OED.
See now what Canny can do with that wave. There is no teleport available for El Rush. Was able to hold it before the full crash went through, and might actually be able to deny a lot of XP and gold from minions. So at the very least, there is that small win there for Canny having the teleport advantage. QERW is in trouble because Milk and Mocha is here. Scooten doesn't have the Cyclone to protect him either. He should probably just leave his Braum out to dry if that is the case. Scooten has flash to be able to walk this one out. QERW flashed over the wall, but Milk and Mocha has the safeguard to follow it up. Should be able to bring down the Braum. Here comes El Rush though out of the base. Michael Ross is now out of position. No Hextech Ultimatum available. Flash over the wall will bring the Taliyah to safety. Somehow the Braum was able to survive, and Milk and Mocha is now in trouble. Now there's someone else here caught up in everything. It was Mitski. He drops. That will be the kill. Crushing Rock. Oh, he actually doesn't drop. The kill went to Crushing Rock, who actually was able to take down Scooten. I was so misdrawn out in that play. TMDK come out on top.
That is an incredibly cursed fight in like 10 different ways, and I don't know what happened here. I don't know how QERW lived, and then the Hui's rotation was just very late. Like, he was pushed in, he couldn't really get here in time. And then they walked into this massive Seraphine ult. I guess, yeah, fair enough. Good movement, and he lives. And Milk and Mocha is extremely vulnerable, but there's no ultimates. And they just didn't quite respect the Seraphine ult on the back end. I mean, it ends up being pretty even. I don't think it's a huge play either way. But felt like something was going to explode there, and that was going to be a big moment.
There was a lot, and I mean a lot, of summoner spells that were used there. Mitski's flash was used, so was Michael Ross's. Teleport is off of Crushing Rock. We have the next Drake coming up in a minute 30, so key flashes will not be available for those players on the side of TMDK when that ends up rolling around. We see a 20 CS lead accumulated for the side of Candy in the top side. That's pretty good for the Aatrox.
Because while
the wave
Camille
management
was down here fighting, he was
That's
farming
true.
top. I mean, pretty bad omen for Camille overall. That she gets nothing off of that. Kind of a crazy roam down, but you could see because of how the wave was pushing. It's just with no ultimate, you can't do that much in that fight. Unless maybe she could have had some crazy like bin type Camille E flash, but realistically, you can't expect players to do that at this level.
And now we have the question. It's always about the grubs. Can the team utilize the grubs to bring themselves advantages in these games? Well, the second trio is on the line coming up very soon. Now has hit that yellow hourglass and will be deployed onto the Rift with priority though for TMDK, who have decided this time around they want to contest these grubs. They do not want to give them to the other team. They are withholding on the priority of the Drake, which isn't even up at the moment, so that might be part of the reason why they're deciding to do it in the first place.
Yeah, it makes plenty of sense, though it will end up being a 4v4, and that's not unplayable for OED here. With no flash on Mitski, the initiation is not that crazy, and with no flash on Mike Ross, he needs to be quite safe. It's a bit of an odd fight, and ultimately I think Aatrox's lead might give them the edge.
They have control right now. Unleash teleport coming up soon for Crushing Rock, who is out of mana, wants a reset. It'll be hard to take a reset though.
And it seems OED are just going to try to trade the two objectives and neutralize everything.
Might be a smart play, especially too. They have the scaling in their back pocket. They got the Camille, they got the Sivir. you know, any type of neutralization play, anything that will delay the game and not bring you into a fight that you might lose and give the other team an advantage, I think is definitely the smart play. As they actually didn't go for the grubs. Wait a second. It's the fallacy.
One of them. I think they took one of them.
Just to deny the 6.
And then they denied the 6, and then they went to look for like a late rotation onto this play.
They're TP and Crushing Rock. They're utilizing the Weaver's Wall as well. There really isn't much from that, though. That was not the Weaver's Wall that you want.
Yep.
And yeah, they would just walk clean away from that.
Mike Ross must have caught someone's wave somewhere. I mean, this guy's sitting at, what is that, like 11.5 CS per minute right now. He's absolutely chilling in this game. He's doing Mike Ross things. Probably been his most confident early game so far. He can doubt a little bit of the like map rotations, but he's just had permanent prio, 11 CS per minute. Exactly what you want to see out of him. He's in full control of the game. And it's given TMDK an advantage that I'd call very significant, not game-winning quite yet, though.
Not until they start making some plays here as El Rush. You have to be careful around the fact that Lee Sin is at the grubs. Mitski is here as well. Both of these
spooky. This is
AD
double
and AP
eclipse.
carries.
There's eclipse on the Aatrox and there's eclipse on the Lee Sin. Both of them are probably the two strongest members on the map right now, them and Hui maybe, but you just cannot take a fight into these two whatsoever.
There's no first item on Scootin either, so you add a significant disadvantage there waiting on that what looks like Trinity Force to roll on through. It's been slow, it's been calm, it's been collected. That's the kind of game that TMDK likes to play, but at a certain point they're on a timer. These champions will get stronger. They do have the Seraphine though, and I can't forget about the Seraphine. Her shields, her later on spikes.
The big issue with the idea of like OED being able to scale into this game is that Camille is super far behind. And if Camille can't win the 1v1, then the scale-in is not obviously in their favor at all. The scale-in starts to get bad for TMDK once Camille can win the 1v1 with Aatrox. But with this acceleration, that could not be until like 30 minutes, 35 minutes, like, and until that point, the Aatrox is going to be so strong.
Unless
we see
they
the
find
2v1.
the kill here. Scootin goes in, gonna commit the Cyclone as well. Hextech ultimate gonna be coming underneath the tower, though. That's a great flash from Canny. He's going to be able to punish them in this 3 versus 3. Now it'll be 4 versus 3 with the teleport rolling through from Koosh, who joins the party. I'm So Vile grabs some poke onto Milk and Mocha. The rest of TMDK, they will retreat.
Another moment where it feels like this huge clash of heads, but ends up just petering out into being pretty much equal. Bit unnerving that they're starting this Herald, but I suppose there's no real way to contest. I thought maybe there'd be some way with no Wukong ult, no Camille ult, but I guess there's just Seraphine bot lane, like they sent all 5 up here for the Herald, so it makes sense how it went.
What can they use with that Herald? What can they get? There's still first tower yet to be taken in this game. First tower blood gold is up for grabs. And when we talk about closing the gap,
on the Seraphine, but there's no ultimate, so I think there's not much threat.
Where's the TP though? At least they're gonna try and dive him now too. He's very much in trouble right now. The TP is rolling through though. Can they save him? They cannot. Can they get anything off the backside of it? Encore's gonna roll through. That's gonna stun up I'm So Vile. He's very in trouble. He's going to drop. Scootin might be next as well. Does not have Cyclone. It's a big play for TMDK and they walk out 2 for 0.
Yeah, that's the exact kind of play that TMDK have won the one games off of in this league. They're just ahead on the map. Like they got the bot lane prio first. OED were a little bit slow to rotate down bot. The dive was played kind of poorly mechanically. Like Camille didn't flash. I'm So Vile didn't flash. They didn't expect the Rakan rotation would be so fast. And then on top of that, they just don't get anything else anywhere else on the map. Now that gold lead is up to 4.5k, and you know that dream of Silver Scrapes is looking mighty promising.
It absolutely is. I cannot disagree with you. And control over the Drake control over the side lanes right now. I think it was a very important point that you made about the fact that Canny is so accelerated over this Camille and will just be winning in that 1v1. Will always have priority, will always have first step to the plays elsewhere on the map. It makes it so difficult for Camille, who wants to do exactly that, which is win the 1v1 when she can actually end up doing it. Let's see, though, with the Herald summoned and the Drake about to spawn, what can OED get done here?
Yeah, they have a small window. There's not that much to play off of here, but at least they didn't use too many of their flashes in the last fight. They have some prio here. It's gonna be quite uphill to actually win a fight, but I don't think it's impossible given they have a good position. It's possible that TMDK just give the dragon. That could stall out the game though.
Well, QERW is going to be in trouble. They're going to look for the engage. He's going to have to try and stop everything coming their way. He's not even going to be able to commit the Glacial Fissure. That does not bode well here for the side of OED. The quickness is used from Mitski. Into the backline they go, trying to dive onto the Seraphine. She's got to be able to live out until the Wukong at least falls. The Camille will trade one back, but she will be taken down as well. Now Candy's here to join the party. I'm So Vile is definitely going to be in trouble. Koosh flashing forward to try and get that Rakan down. He will, but he'll be traded back almost immediately by Milk and Mocha. TMDK around this third Drake. They lose some members, but they get what they want overall.
One of the main issues OED are running into in these fights that I'm So Vile just isn't with the team. Like, he's kind of off to the side. He's scared to walk up because he might get engaged on, but he has flash. Enemy team has no flash for Connalt. It feels like he needs to be playing a little more bold. Like, this is his pick. This is the champion. This is the game. And it's felt like he really hasn't been able to take control of it whatsoever. And that fight, he kind of just sat back. He like missed his ultimate, and the fight's doomed. Now it's up to a 6k gold lead, and it might be up to a game 5, is what it's looking like.
It is exactly what it's looking like. Once again, Optimal Esports, they are falling apart in game 4, similar to game 3. It was close at the start. There was a couple glimmers of hope for Optimal Esports, and then the plays started stacking up one by one here for TMDK. Critical mistakes were made, and now they're in the same position they were in, down so much gold, losing out on these plays, trying to go for 1v1s when the enemy jungler is sitting right there in Fog of War to take you down. El Rouge, that is his situation again. Q3 from the Aatrox will bring him low. Glacial Fissure used. They're trying to make a play cross map here. Weaver's Wall being used so that Michael Ross can join the party. Mitski is just going to get away with the battle dance. Encore runs through the rest of them. They get nothing. They lose their tier 2 in the bot side. This is going horribly for OED.
Yeah, that's the one issue with OED's comp. They don't have damage going forward outside of Camille. So if they're making a 4v4 play, very easy to just get away.
Oh my goodness, Koosh is gone. Michael Ross is laughing at them underneath his own tower. He gets 2 as well. This is a slaughter. Beat drop will root up Scootin. Quickness there from Mitski gets the shield to stay alive. And this is just TMDK running the show.
Now it's kind of shoes on the other foot, right? We had this conversation about game 2, like how do you stay mentally acute in these situations? How can you come back from this situation? OED have lost 2 games in a row now as well. Now they obviously have the lead, so they're going into a game 5, 1 game for everything, but you can kind of start to see them begin to unravel. You can see mistakes made, overextending, they're getting caught by the Talia E. It doesn't feel like they have a real presence in this game anymore. It feels like that resistance is going away, and TMDK are gonna... And like at this point, the game's just about how fast they can win, right? Like, can they do 25? Will it take 30? Either way, it feels like a TMDK win.
It absolutely does. It is close to 10,000. It's about 9.5k at the 21-minute mark. That is absolutely incredible. They're looking to just play it slow as possible, though. Maybe not as slow as possible, but break down Optimal Esports methodically. Work towards the towers that have not been taken yet. That is the top side with still 3 remaining. Maybe a Hail Mary play onto Canny's going to roll through here for the side of Optimal Esports, but he's got World Ender. He's got Flash. He has a lot of tools in his inventory to make this very difficult for them. And they're just going to back right on away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to actually kill this Aatrox here. They're like trying to contest for the tower, but even that feels very difficult. Aatrox is completely Thanos, and their comp just doesn't kill Aatrox well. They have no real burst.
Candy's gonna run into L Rush. Gonna go in with hook shot. Look for a short trade. In this jungle, though, this is you behind enemy lines for OED. You have stepped up too far. They have put down the hammer, and you are the nail going into the wood. OED loses 2. That might just be Baron. It might just be more fighting. Good fear from I'm So Vile to stop the Weaver's Wall in its tracks. Michael Ross will retreat with the rest of his team toward the big purple worm.
It sure looks like TMDK are doing their thing, doesn't it? I think what TMDK are so good at with their leads, I'd need to like rewatch the game to really break down what's causing it. It definitely feels like a Milk and Mocha type thing where he's just active on the map. He's constantly looking to kill people to use his strength. And feels like, and also Mike Ross is like that. Like Mike Ross is always gonna split push. He's gonna get prio. He's gonna hit towers if you leave him alone. And it feels like that's such a difference compared to when OED had the lead. It just felt like they were playing reactively still. They were kind of waiting for TMDK to make a mistake. And the issue with that type of playstyle is if you're not doing anything proactive and the enemy team doesn't make a mistake and gets this lead off of like small mistakes here and there, how are you going to win the game? Like, what are you actually going to do to win? And
what a shift in momentum now.
Yeah.
This is basically a full, well, not a full reversal yet, but we've come full circle. This was the situation that TMDK was feeling after the end of Game 2. Now at the end of Game 4 here, what soon might be the end of Game 4, once they start to roll through and utilize this Baron, it's tough. What is OED going to do? How can they bounce back from this? They were so close to glory. Now their backs are against the wall. They're going to try and make a plan to Candy. This could be successful here. Kush is actually tanking, though, and the healing is so good. He might just be able to win versus 3 this Candy, you monster! He was so close to falling, but he fights again and again, gets health back and back. 1 versus 3. That's the play of the game.
Yeah, that might be play of the series. I mean, it's just the issue, right? They have no burst damage. They don't have Hwei with them. So who is ever going to kill
Jumping in onto the remaining
Aatrox?
2. Look at the wombo combo. Quickness into seismic shove, into roots, but they're still alive. They're taking a lot of damage from towers. Finally, they're able to get their marks. Mitsuki taking a lot of damage from the tower, but now they will bring it down. Now the inhibitor will fall. There is people from OED's side respawning. So will the final push come through? It doesn't quite look like it just yet.
Yeah, it might be a bit ambitious to end right now. I mean, some teams from the LPL would probably try to end in this position, but they're content taking the 2 inhibs, and they're completely fine with that. They're probably going to walk it down mid, or they're probably going to walk it down top, actually, is what they should do here. Just 5-man recall, go top. You have 3 minutes until Soul, so, like, you'll win on that anyway, but you shouldn't even need it to win the game.
No, definitely not. It's 14,000.
You saw what Candy did top lane, right?
Yeah, exactly. If Candy can do that, 1 versus 3, all of you guys grouped up strong can definitely sprint it down and finish this one off. Take us to Silver Scrapes. What a series, might I add, before it's even concluded, to start off Titan Vanquisher here in the round of 12. We're getting a little glimpse at what might be in store for us in playoffs a little bit early, right? This match wasn't supposed to happen. It got changed around, and we get to see an excellent game being played before our eyes. So appreciation for this series and the stakes at hand, the hype we'll get in this very probable game number 5. Just waiting on that final trigger here to be pulled by TMDK. They're clearing up their jungle monsters. They're heading together as a group towards that final lane with structures in it. That being that top side, they're looking for Scootin. They have found the monkey inside of the jungle, and they're trying to take it down. You're not allowed to do any camps right now, Scootin, when you are this far behind, and they will begin their siege.
I mean, Scootin dodged everything and still took half his health, which is a good capsule for how this game's going for OED, I'd say. Oh, didn't have to do it very much, but I mean, listen, the Mike Ross Talia, I kind of talked down on it a little bit. It's looked very, very solid this game. And the hyped I'm So Vile play has just not been able to match it. I don't think that dynamic has necessarily been core to the win of the game, but it's definitely been a factor. And you have to imagine Mike Ross feeling good ahead of this 5th game means the world to this team.
I love how beautifully that TMDK have played towards their composition identity. You and I both mentioned top side was going to be so important. Top side, if you include mid lane in that conversation, got the leads. They left bot lane on their own island to just farm up, be this shield bot for the team. And now look at where they are. After all the turmoil, after being down 2-0, they're ready to try and bring this back, but Caster Curse might be rolling through. There's the shutdown onto Canny. That is something there for OED. At the very least, they stopped their game from ending right here and right now.
Yeah, they probably delay it till Soul at this point. That's one of the situations I was talking about last game where it's like, as long as Mike Ross doesn't lose his mind, and it's like, okay, Canny just kind of lost his mind, so... Well, thankfully, timing isn't too bad. They'll have him back up for Infernal Soul. They should be able to take Soul and close it out, but, you know, you want to cross your T's and dot your I's in this type of game.
The question is, can OED even get over here to stop this from happening? I think the answer is going to be no, and if they do try and...
Wukong's looking, like, Wukong's trying to get some crazy steal here, but, like, when your best case situation is, like, stopping Soul, losing Baron immediately for it, being down 15k... League of Legends is a brutal game, man. Like,
it is. It's cutthroat out here.
Some games, it's like you're praying on a miracle, and it's like you've just dropped a penny into an ocean, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything. It changes nothing.
Well, here we go. Infernal Drake is down. El Rush is...
To be fair, they did get top tower. That is quite nice.
Splitting, gets the objective bounty. Scootin has been sitting inside of this Krug camp, doing his very best Krug's impersonation. And Koosh, goodbye, my friend. Milk and Mocha. He served you that up right there, and whether you like it or not, you got it. Scootin is going to be next. Cyclone used to delay the inevitable. Look at the carnage and destruction of True-Minded Gaming. Death Knights. That's exactly what they are in this game. They are the Knights of Death. They've brought it right to the doorstep now of Optimal Esports Dynasty. Once that wave comes in, I mean, silver scrapes, here we come.
Yes, sir. Game 5. This is for all the marbles. I think this would be the first 3-2 comeback. There's a bit of a fight here, but
El Rush is a goner.
Fake.
They're just delaying. They're trying to clear out minion waves, trying to hold on.
The first 3-2 comeback since winter. Those who know, be sad for me right now. And then everyone else will be happy that we're seeing a little bit of history here, as OED attempt to fight against the tide and pull off this upset.
What looked so bright for them has now turned a grim page. They were elated after their Game 2 victory. They felt the possibility of this upset. Now, slowly and slowly, that reality is fading from their imagination. But they have one last chance to be able to bring it back, and True-Minded Gaming Death Knights have one more win in them to be able to pull off this historic reverse sweep to kick off playoffs. And my gosh, another emphatic victory, another dominant victory. It wasn't even remotely close here, Soul. Do you think they just have another one of these games in them here and it kind of just has that anticlimactic ending? Or do you feel next time around Optimal's just going to be able to battle back and give us a banger 5th game?
It just depends on how the first 10 minutes goes. Like, it feels like when TMDK get leads, they know how to close out, and OED doesn't know how to come back. And when OED gets leads, that's where we see, like, interesting games. So OED needs to be focused in draft. We're going to talk about this Lee Sin pick. Do they have to get rid of it? Are they going to keep it around and just try and play a little bit better? But regardless of what they play, they just need to play a bit more crisp, find that early game form from game 1 where they had that great invade, from game 2, and that's where they kind of settle themselves, and then we're in for a real treat. Because if they don't, if they make the same mistakes, die to the same ganks, It's going to be a quick game for TMDK.
It'll be lights out. Let's see how this series ends, how everything wraps up, the conclusion of this best of 5. It will come after the break. We're into intermission, but when we come back, we will bring it to you, and I hope you're all ready. One game to decide the fate of both True-Minded Gaming, Death Knights, and Optimal Esports Dynasty here in the Titan Vanquisher League. Round of 12. Our opening playoff match has been nothing short of suspenseful. There's been slaughters for both sides. Reverse sweep on the cards potentially for TMDK if they can grab their final win here in Game 5, where Optimal Esports hope to put a stop to that right here, right now, and stop that crazy momentum train that they have been building up. My name is Ferris. This is Soul still on the broadcast. Soul, my man, it's getting so close, and it is coming down to this. How do you think Optimal can stop this freight train of momentum that TMDK have?
Alright, I'll tell you how. I feel like they just have to ban... They have to ban the Yone, they have to ban the Ziggs, they have to ban the Lee Sin. Don't let this guy beat you 3 times on Lee Sin and that's your season. Do I think it's unbeatable? No. But you've already beaten Orianna. Just get rid of it. Just play a different game. One of OED's biggest issues early game is that they just died to ganks.
Yep.
If you aren't playing Lee Sin, that doesn't matter as much. He's just getting ahead on Lee Sin off of these bad deaths and then taking over the game. And then just play it real calm, real relaxed. When the game is even, or when TMDK are behind, they're making bad decisions. You can tell kind of like why some people doubted them. But when they're ahead, when they're playing with confidence, it just hasn't been a close series at all. You can tell why most people had this 3-0, 3-1. Doesn't really matter now, though. It's one best of one good draft, one good play, one good decision away from a win, even if it was a really, really tough road here.
Absolutely. Let's head into the draft for our 5th and final game of this best of 5, and we are going to see which team is going to come out on top. I have to believe that fighting fire with fire here for Optimal Esports has to be their blueprint for success. They tried sitting back. It just did not work for them. They made too many crucial mistakes. I have to believe that they're going to make those same mistakes again if they try and go for the same thing. They were able to get a lead and win with it in game number 4. You're worried. I'm also worried for them.
They didn't ban Yone first. They can't give up Yone. I understand. You know,
they banned 2 of 3 that you've said they should do. Let's see if they do it on 3.
Do not give him Yone. Just ban it and you'll have done completely fine. Please, Lord.
I think they do it. I think they do it here. They don't.
Oh my god. Either you B1 Yone or you're just giving him his main champ. They're gonna pick like some Seraphine nonsense again. It's gonna be depressing. I guess they just didn't have confidence in their B1 way. Like, I'm So Vile just didn't feel good on that champion, and then they have 4 things they need to ban. But at that point, like, at least maybe you can do something on red side. Wow. Yeah, they're just giving Yone. But I mean, there's not an AP bot laner is the only thing. Maybe Kaisa is kind of what Crush and Rock has looked at. You can go the AP build and kind of do some of it.
He's just going to go for the Jhin
instead. Fair enough.
So this is going to be a Kush Seraphine bot, you think, and not
for sure. That's what Kush does. I'm completely fine with the Seraphine. It makes sense. And then you're getting Crush and Rock back on Jhin. I don't think his Jhin was very, very good game 1. It's completely serviceable. I like the Mitsuki Rakan. I think it was strong last game. He's doing his thing on it. We finally see the Poppy. That's nice.
Yeah, so probably going into maybe QERW's hands to stop the Rakan. Steadfast Presence could still be a jungle pick, but QERW loves that one. Ari for I'm So Vile. So far, let's see if the Yone response comes through.
Although the Ari with the Seraphine's a little weird, isn't it?
They always do this though.
I feel like they should have picked Xin Zhao. I would have liked Xin Zhao. We finally see the Mundo. They didn't pick Yone. I'm amazed. I think that's a big mistake. I think Yone has been Mike Ross's best champ. And I'm kind of surprised they didn't just go for it.
Is it very favorable in this game, though? Are you looking down the barrel of a Poppy, a Seraphine with all the disengage tools, and an Ahri who can throw charm and keep space, and saying, I want the Yone here, though, is the question.
I
that
mean,
might be what's running through
the way that
TMG's
you
mind.
beat Seraphine is complete Thanos 5v5, one of the strongest 5v5 champs in the game. You have to split push. What's the best split push mid? It's Yone. Is Yone gonna be able to survive against Ahri? Yeah, for the most part. They still didn't ban it. I mean, that's kind of wild to me, but we'll see. Maybe Mike Ross just doesn't take the Yone. Maybe he is scared of the Poppy.
Oh my
It just
gosh.
feels very strange.
Unless this is
actually an
unless
Annie?
if this is an actual Annie, maybe this is their pick into Ahri to try and shut her down. I feel like there's
sense,
better
but
answers. I feel like there's better answers though into this. This is a real Annie. We got confirmation. Real Annie coming through for game number 5.
Respect to Mike Ross for slamming Annie in game 5. It feels like there's a lot of pressure. And then there's the Irelia with the Olaf jungle. This guy picks Irelia into Mundo.
I like that matchup. I think that's a great matchup. Mundo is going to struggle. He will be able to block
and
the
then
stun.
Kha'Zix. Oh my, what the hell happened?
His
What
passive.
happened? How did we get here in these 2 drafts? I mean, you said fight fire with fire. They're doing that.
They
These
are.
2 drafts are nonsensical. We're just gonna have to see what happens. I mean, I appreciate both teams going balls to the wall.
I don't know though. Kha'Zix has to get an insane lead because too much armor is just going to be built from the side of Optimus.
I mean, I think it's Annie. I think Annie's the guy that needs to take this one over. Like, they're putting the ball in Mike Ross's hands. They're saying, hey, you have this counter pick. Can you go win lane? Can you go put pressure, get all that prio the way you did the last game? Kind of the last 2 games.
Can you take over on the Annie is the question. This champion can drop Tibbers, and then you're waiting for cooldown. So unless you're getting these big ultimates, big stuns, multiple
It's
people.
not really about the like team fight ultimate though. It's about the lane phase. Like, she's gonna go and she's gonna press Q on the Ahri champion. And what can Ahri actually do about that? She can like stun Ahri with a point and click CC that Ahri can't really get out of. They can try and one-shot her. That's how they're gonna play this one. They're gonna play with Cryo. If it comes down to like a 5v5 front-to-back fight, I'm pretty sure the Olaf Seraphine is just gonna slaughter them every single time.
Yeah, and again, we saw success with Seraphine from TMDK. They didn't really have anyone that was a real Seraphine champion. Olaf is a Seraphine champion. Olaf is an Enchanter champion. He loves the items. He loves the lures. He loves the Seraphine. Shield, Speed Boost, Irelia as well. This composition can do wonders. It's a low-range composition as well for TMDK.
But there's really no punish at all on that. Like, there's no champions that punish low-range comps on that TMDK side. If anything, like, all of these champions feel pretty good played into Kha'Zix. Like, who is Kha'Zix gonna jump on?
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of like a stunned Ahri or Seraphine, but like if Seraphine's gonna get jumped on by Kha'Zix, you messed up something. So, I don't know. It's a very weird game. I appreciate TMDK doing kind of like betting on themselves, betting on their mid jungle. Definitely, this is a game where like if top lane, like if you're L Rush, or if you're on team with L Rush, I mean maybe you don't actually say this because it'll tilt him, but you have to be like, yo brother, do not stack a wave into die into the level 3 gank, or else I'm gonna kill your family. Like, that's the level of stress here, because if you can imagine if this Irelia gets down 20 CS, completely useless champion. You just need this guy to not die to this level 3 gank the way he has for, I think, what, 2 or 3 games in this series?
I think if Scooten makes sure, at the very least, and he's saying to L Rush, you know, pay attention to your wave states, and he's there for 2v2, I mean, Olaf Irelia just smokes Kha'Zix and Mundo in a 2v2. Kha'Zix doesn't have isolation. Mundo gets wrecked, especially Blade of the Rune King when that rolls through for L Rush. That is prime for them. Play weak side bot. Do not care. Let your Seraphine permaclear. Maybe get your Poppy to roam around as well to combat any aggression coming through from TMDK. Let her run wild. Seraphine clear waves and get your top side ahead.
And another aspect of this game is going to be OE needs to do a better job getting vision in enemy jungle. That needs to come from mid prio. To be fair, Ari does outclear Annie, so we're going to see if he can influence that going into this really weird game 5.
We are on the Rift now. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone who's been sticking around to this late hour to see the conclusion of this best of 5, I want to thank you all preemptively and welcome to the Rift for the final showdown between these two. And what a roller coaster of a series it's been. Is it reverse sweep time for TMDK, or will Optimal Esports stop that right in its tracks and break all the hearts of the TMDK team and fans?
I mean, wow, this is an Ignite Irelia 2. If this guy dies to the level 2, level 3 gank, the game is over. It's just that simple. So they have to be playing with that in mind. I mean, I respect it. I respect that they're just going all out. They're putting all their cards on the table. They're saying, hey, we're going to play this aggressive, risky comp, and we're just going to beat you. Because I think they haven't really been worse mechanically. I just think they've kind of been scared or like anxious in ways to enter the game to give themselves that chance. And I think at least in draft, this is a more daring approach than we've seen from them these last 4 games, but at least in game 2 they had the giga outscale draft.
We're gonna see late invade. This is going to be spotted. Milk and Mocha is going to see this. They're just going to contest for the Raptors now.
They're splitting the map. They're splitting the map to topside. It's exactly what you were talking about. This is fantastic.
It's perfect.
This is very, very good.
I didn't even recognize that. Milk and Mocha knows. Can't contest this. They get the ward down. They'll see Scootin, but they already know, or already knew rather, that he was there. QERW is here as well in case any shenanigans happen. So Kush is going to partially suffer for this. I think the Poppy can recall at this point. Yeah, okay, gonna start channeling that now. But all eyes on the top side at this point, especially now with the split.
She got the 3 melees even. Completely fine.
That's the power of Seraphine.
It's gonna be hard to like actually kill the Mundo here, obviously, but you're just looking to keep things safe for Irelia and let him cook 1v1. Because Elrush has been good 1v1. He's a very good 1v1 player. You're just counting on, he kind of like messed up his Q there as I said that, caster curse, but you're counting on him to do things 1v1 and you're just keeping the game a 1v1.
That's what it's going to be. And on the other side too, if you're now Milk and Mocha, you say, okay, well, crap, all my topside camps are gone. Now it's a split map. Now I have the vertical jungle. Now I'm kind of forced to play bot side, but look what I'm playing into. I'm playing into Poppy, who I can't jump into. I'm playing into a Seraphine who's just going to sit here, permaclear waves, throw snares at me.
They're actually going to go, instead of
it's so hard to play.
Side split, they're going to go to try and fight this Kha'Zix off his jungle, which is a bit risky, but they have mid prio.
He's isolated right now. Scootin has to be careful though, because he is isolated in this 1v1. He misses the undertow, and he might just end up falling.
What the hell?
Oh my gosh! And now Mitski will be the target. Michael Ross trades one back. 1-4-1 in the jungle.
It felt like Olaf made absolutely no attempt to escape from that situation whatsoever. Like, he just accepted his death. Fair enough. This is one of the weirdest 1v1s. Because I think Olaf wins this in isolation, clearly, statistically. But he, like, missed a Q. He, like, sent his Q to Narnia. The flash charm hit the Rakan.
It's a fiesta in
like,
game
I'm
number 5.
pretty sure, can't Brother just run away? Why did he go back in?
Because he's Olaf.
He just run down.
He's Olaf. You don't leave.
Not Briar.
No, but he's Olaf, man. Like, you're breaking the Olaf code if you run away from fights that are so easily escapable. You gotta just go, man.
I mean, this is no flash on I'm So Vile. He could just die here.
Here is Mitski as well.
I'm not fully sure if they have the damage
Grand
to kill
Entrance
him.
finds the knockup. They're gonna try. It's red buff on Michael Ross. That's a lot of extra damage on the auto attacks.
No, they can't quite kill him. That's very close. I mean, this is bad conditions for mid, though. We were talking about Mike Ross giving up those double buffs for no reason. Maybe Jin could have like flashed over and killed you, but at least then maybe they can turn on Jin. He just gave up double buffs to the Annie, the Swin player of this game. And yeah, you have to feel like TMDK are feeling decent afterwards. Ari's kind of like walking up here, I guess just getting vision down, fair enough.
Mundo's also doing fine topside so far as well, though it is a stacked wave. This is Irelia's wheelhouse. She will utilize the wave to her advantage.
Has to be safe
but Milk
here,
and Mocha's here.
Rush.
He's
at least
has flash. He's gonna flash there. Milk and Mocha uses flash as well.
He has no TP though. It's a bit spooky, but as long
He's
as
gonna
he
miss
gets
these
the base, I
minions
guess
if
it's
he
okay.
wants to
I
leave.
guess he can stay. With Poppy up top here and Olaf, he should be okay. At least he flashed this time. If he died there, I mean, something's getting sent to his home address, and it's not mail.
Okay, El Rush just solo kills Kenny.
Wait, El Rush!
That will distract us there as Milk and Mocha now is in trouble as well. Doesn't have flash.
Oh my lord. Yeah,
Gonna lose his Krugs now.
At least.
Mitski's here as well. Let's see,
Okay,
teleport
brother,
rolling
please
through.
Please don't
Yeah, no,
tower
they
that.
can't make anything else happen around here.
It's a completely wild game 5. This is what you love to see. I mean, I think he just stat checked him. He had his Q stacks and he had Ignite. Maybe Kenny took a tower shot? Doesn't even look like it. He just has Ignite.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's the power of Irelia though.
Yeah.
Is she on those stacked waves, she will surprise you.
And that's the exact type of stuff El Rush is a bit better than Candy on, in my opinion. El Rush, just when he feels like he has an angle, this whole series, we've seen him take it. He's gonna fight you 1v1, he's gonna go for it. And when it came up clutch, he was 100 HP under tower with no TP. He said, screw this, I'm just gonna stay, I'm gonna fight it out. I have this time or two all in him with Ignite, and he got a big kill. He has his team ahead.
This is the point of the game where, yeah, exactly. Your back's against the wall. He's making these clutch plays. Now 1-0 on the Irelia.
Being a little safe there. He was playing it tentatively enough to not just insta.
Not anymore though, because he's heading in with the undertow. That's a huge heroic entrance. Or sorry, not the heroic entrance, the heroic charge.
So
Just slow down. The ignite won't tick low. Milk and Mocha gonna walk this one free. Scoot wants more, but he runs away.
I like the attempt though. I mean, they're fighting. They're trying to use their advantages. Kha'Zix kind of can sneak over and get crabbed, so it's completely fine and all. But I like that OED are playing with aggression again early game. That's what you needed to see this game.
Grubs so good for El Rush if he has them. I like this split map. We're gonna see it all come down. Wait, QERW is level 2. I just realized that as well. No, what happened to Mitski? Charm under the tower. It ends up being bad here for the side of TMDK.
Oh no. Yeah, Mike Ross is definitely saying some words to his support right now. They aren't very appropriate, if I had to guess. I mean, this was a nice angle because the Poppy's just level 2. He like almost one-shots her. I feel like if he like positions a little more up and lands autos maybe, but they still flash up. And then Mitski was trying to go for the ignite, just gets caught by I'm So Vile.
I feel it's just a really greedy grand entrance in my opinion because the kill threat really just wasn't there. He might have been trying to get in range to get ignite down.
Yeah, I imagine.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Mitski, I can see the vision there, but good on I'm So Vile to find that charm and pick up that kill. That's the solo laners of OED now, 1-0 for both of them. They want to look to have a big game here to pull off the victory and the upset in Game 5.
And listen, I want to give so much credit to I'm So Vile. He had the double buffs against him. Very bad situation to be in, and he's consistently gotten prio. He's worked well with his team, and he's completely even on farm. He has done his job and then some in these last 5 or so minutes, and it's got, again, good situation. Game's far from over, a lot of game to be played, but obviously everyone ever is going to take OED if they were going to be playing this game. Little conflict here in the jungle.
It's going to be close, though, because first step to this play is Canny, so be really careful. But QERW is here.
There's a Poppy.
I said in Champ Select that he might have been roaming around a lot, but not this much. This is a ridiculous amount here for QERW. He almost finds the heroic charge. Milk and Mocha are going to be happy that one did not connect. But again, making his life hard here in the jungle.
Forcing him off the red buff. And I mean, mid's tied up. I'm So Vile is at least annoying him. Does he have his dash up? Oh, big flash.
I don't think he does. He can't get out. They find the kill again. And they're looking for Canny too. Ragnarok's available. They might just chase him down. He has the healing to roll through. The maximum dosage isn't enough. Oh my goodness. Do you believe in OED?
I mean, I'm believing right now, baby. These are my boys right here. Listen, I'm no bias. I'm no bias. I love Mike Ross. TMG are a very good team, but I'm an OE supporter overall. I mean, yeah, it felt like for a while. This could be a bit of something. I don't think so though. They're gonna try and dive this, but he just needs to explode the fucking. He just needs to explode the wave and leave.
That's an encore onto 2.
This is a
That's
bit more
massive.
than
2
that.
beat drop as well. Crushing Rock has to flash away. They should grab the kill though now. Off of the Annie combo. Mitsuki takes a huge tower shot, but they get out with
it. was a bit aggressive. He has TP though, so it's not really a big deal. He at least burned some sums, but I think he just needed to play a bit more defensively there. He was like trying to turn the dive. I mean, if it was only 2, then it could have worked. Oh wait!
Oh my gosh! Crushing Rock's just gonna hit solo kill above the level 3.
No, I don't think
Floppy,
so.
no way. Okay,
Wait, I'm so vile got caught. I'm so vile got caught by a flash stun into Kha'Zix.
There we go. Around this first Drake, things are.
Well, TMG got back in it. That was a very clutch play by my. Okay. How? What are you doing? I'm so vile. Why are you walking like this?
Yeah, walking into the fog of war, it's not the best.
No, there's no way you can ever walk like that.
Rightfully punished, I think we can say, is he learned his lesson very quickly as to why that is a mistake there. But they push him off the Drake though.
Test drag. I feel like there was still a more artful way to do that. Like you can hit the vision plant, find out where Annie is, play with your team a little bit. But I mean, it's fair enough. I don't hate the look because they do get dragged off it. I mean, that means they got. I think this is the first time a team has secured first drag and first grubs in this series.
And we can call it a notable int, maybe, or a noble int. I'm so vile might just have the vision
honorable.
here. Honorable gets the job done for the homies. Okay, guys, I'll run in, I'll bait their spells. We get the Drake though, like I got our back, and now they have priority here, at least for the moment, with Scootin walking through the jungle. Close around the second trio of grubs. They have 3.
The issue is, I mean, now Mike Ross is getting quite big. Mike Ross has no flash, though. Mike Ross has to be the target in fights. Him and Kha'Zix, really. Kha'Zix is pretty weak, though. If they can just kill Mike Ross, he does have Malignant, quite spooky.
Which target does he select?
Though, very, very easy.
Which target does Mike Ross select? Anyone in his face, or does he look to flash? He doesn't have flash, though.
He doesn't have flash, yeah, that's the whole point. He needs to try and kill the Irelia probably and just do damage to the Olaf. The worst thing that could possibly happen, I'm trying not to cast a curse OE here. The worst thing that can happen is somehow Irelia, Olaf, and Ahri all stack up when they're diving and just get one shot by Annie ult. So they need to not do that. They need to come from like different angles.
But they're just giving away these grubs.
If they don't all get stunned, very hard to fight. They're gonna get the 6 grubs. That's gonna be a big problem because this Irelia very spooky. He's gonna have his blade soon. It's been
He's
a bit quiet
2-0
top lane because no blade. Yep.
And he has a 22 CS lead. This is like, and it doesn't get easier for Mundo. Like it does not get easier at all.
As soon as Irelia gets Blade of the Ruin King, I mean, I think that's the most famous like item power spike in the game. Like she's not too much of a champion until then, outside of like some like cringe 1v1 potential. But as soon as she gets that item, it's just she becomes a demon. The only thing is, like, you can kind of...
Bot side, though. Crushing Rock is dead. Koosh, you absolute mastermind!
There you go.
Just stopping them right in their tracks.
Much, much better. We gotta see the replay on that. How did Rakan mess this up? Because Rakan has ultimate. That's their CC here. They want to just Rakan ult and one-shot her is how this play has to go if you're going to dive here. But the Kha'Zix isn't quite in range yet, and she just one-shots the wave.
Jhin tanks. Jhin just tanks the tower.
That was a really, really, really well-timed ultimate. But yeah, the Kha'Zix just wasn't there in time. Kha'Zix needed to be there earlier. And then Koosh with a great flash.
And Jhin just tanks tower. Jhin shot first, so they didn't give the tower aggro to Mitsuki. On top of the fact that Kha'Zix
I'm pretty sure even if they give it to Mitsuki, I'm pretty sure Mitsuki just dies. Maybe he can like flash out or something, but it just felt like a bit too early on the engage, but also because Seraphine's such a good weak side champ, she can just one-shot the wave. He is down about 20 or so farm, but I mean, given what they've gotten on the map, you're pretty okay with that.
And now it's the tale of basically Mike Ross in this game. You've already mentioned it, but everywhere else on the map right now for TMDK is going horribly.
2.5 minutes of free time, 2 minutes of free time until Herald spawns. I want to see them look to kill Mike Ross. They have Poppy, they have Olaf, they have Olaf with Flash, they have Ahri, ult. They should be able to put a bit of pressure on.
You're looking for Milk and Mocha. Full combo onto QERW, though. You, as a level 4 Poppy, cannot take that kind of damage. That play fizzles right in front of their face.
He thought that the E would hit. Even then, it was a bit aggressive because they didn't have Olaf. But he thought the E would hit, and the E did not hit. Can't hate it too much.
And still relatively close despite being so far behind. I think the full
Rush is
Proxy.
gonna start. Yeah, he's just gonna.
Yeah,
start
just taking everything.
Farm, yeah.
You do that. You're an absolute menace in the side lane. You take every single wave. You apply all of this pressure. You start to surpass 10 CS per minute. And then you're a behemoth in the side lane. And you need literally everyone in the kitchen sink to stop you.
Yep, makes perfect sense. And then they're just bothering this guy again.
What a very depressing game this has been for the Kazakhs, man. Like, it's been hard to watch.
I mean, you did not expect QERW to be this devoted to the Roman for sure.
No.
He just said, screw it, I'm just gonna play on the map the whole time. Has been a bit hit or miss in some positions. Mechanical execution on some of the E's not perfect, but you love the spirit.
At the very least, Kush is just not getting punished at all for that. Yep. It's just hard to punish a Seraphine.
The one issue, he's roamed so much and so carelessly. Yeah, he's just not 6 for this fight, and now Rakan is. So you're going to start feeling that more and more. Like, he needs to get at least his level 6.
Level 6 and enough money for some more.
This is not a dive that can work with him having Flash. Maybe they think his Flash is still down, but please don't.
They're walking into Mitski. Pay attention to Michael Ross. You see that swirl around the Annie's body? That means stun is ready and available. Summon Tibbers is something that has to be used effectively here if TMDK want to fight win.
Yep, absolutely. Annie is the protagonist of this game if you're TMG. She is your one savior, your one hope. Very strong savior, to be fair. She can definitely carry this game, but the margins are going to be thin.
And here we go. Drake is going to touch down onto the Rift.
Not very good, but it's just too hard for TMG to really walk into this.
They're going to try, I think, though. They're sending Crushing Rock up.
Slowly, because they have the level 6 advantage on support. I mean, that's definitely a big factor here.
Well, here we go. Drake down to 2k HP. Look at Michael Ross. Can he get inside the pick? Can he do something? Drake is going to go to OED. The root lands, though. They get the first pick off onto Mitski. The Timbers will miss. It won't get the key targets. The Olaf is down, but Milk and Mocha is going to follow. The Poppy will die, but look at I'm So Vile. Look at the resets. Look at the Nine-Tailed Fox with the lady with the microphone. And OED win the fight.
Man. Yeah, and the thing about that fight was scary for OED. Because they're fighting without their Fed Irelia being able to come. There's no TP. But they win the fight anyway, and that means Irelia gets top tower, gets Krugs. They're up 4k. And why do they win the fight? They win that fight because the quarterback, Mike Ross, with the ball in his hands, missed Tibbers. Now, it was a good try. It was a good ult, I think, by I'm So Vile.
Oh, they're going to try and TP out in time. Can't do it, though. He's gone. Shut down to
solid.
Mike Ross.
Not done yet. He's not discouraged yet. He's not depressed. He still looked for that opportunity. Might lose mid tower for it, though. Like, you have to hit the tower there, man. You have to hit the tower. You can't be scared to hit tower with Grubs. It just feels like that's one of the big things that's keeping OED from converting these leads. Other than L Rush, they're just a bit too scared to hit tower.
Well, L Rush is so strong, and this Irelia has not been inside of any of these fights yet.
He has Kraken Slayer. He went Kraken Slayer second in this game. That's
the armor
move.
The armor pen with tank killing potential.
And I feel like you have to set. Wow, he's going.
Found Milk and Mocha. He does so much. He has to be careful though. There's a lot of people stepping up. Look at Michael Ross.
Oh, nice.
At Vanguard's edge though, the slow was so good.
Go mid. Push mid out. They should get mid tower here. They also have Herald. They can Herald mid tower is completely fine. I mean, I guess you can always do that. Oh, he did get caught in bot lane. The Annie found him. Couple big picks for Mike Ross.
Let's see how that went down.
Yeah, I mean, he's just taking a bit of an aggressive path.
Really intelligent though from Michael Ross to punish this and find it.
That was a great angle. That's the one downside of going this like super aggressive Kraken Slayer build. You will just get one shot by Annie.
Maybe a Wit's End in the future for him so that he can survive that burst in the future. They get the tier 1.
Yeah, for sure.
They're gonna get the crash too, so at least they get this damage.
I think they can just take this. Like, they shouldn't be scared to hit with no Annie. Like, you just hit this, you take 2 towers, or he fine still. Hasn't been a very good sequence for them because Mike Ross picked up 2 shutdowns, but they're still up 3k gold. That's a meaningful lead. That's a significant lead. This pick seems kind of fake.
A lot of the gold is just concentrated on Mike Ross there, especially with that shutdown going through, the tier 1 and tier 2 taken by OED. That gets gold into the entirety of their team. They share that amongst the people that were present in this play. They just have to keep in their mind, where is Annie? Where is Tibbers going to touch down? Because if we can avoid that, like they did at the Drake fight, this game with the spread of gold is all theirs.
What they can also do, any fight that doesn't involve Annie, you're talking about a 3k gold lead by default over 5 people. But if the fight doesn't involve Annie, it's a 4k gold lead over 4 people. That's much better math. So they can play super hard wherever Annie isn't. Like, I want to see them look at this bot lane. I want to see them get bot lane vision. Obviously, they don't have any camps to invade right now, but in general, that needs to be their play. They need to go away from Annie as much as possible. It's not even like Ahri is weak. Ahri is very strong, about to be 2 items. It's just Annie is big. Annie is the superhero in this game.
I feel like they just play, especially if Michael Ross is on a side lane like this, just play to that opposite side lane. He has teleport to join fights, but he can only use that once in a couple minutes. You just make the same place happen. I'm So Vile knows. They are aware, and again, barring my caster curse, know that someone is sitting in that bush ready to summon the teddy bear on their face and explode them into oblivion, and just gonna say, you know what? To hell with it. My team's winning. I don't have to do anything crazy to try and win this game. I'm going to make sure we move on.
So Vile. It's so smart from I'm So Vile. He doesn't get picked off at all. We can maybe see an Annie TP here, but that could lead to her dying if she TPs and just gets dived by 3 or 4 people.
They're already sprinting though. This could get sketchy.
The only thing is, I think Mundo can kind of hold the wave. He doesn't, though, so they just get this tower, and they should be able to potentially kill
They have the grubs. Kenny uses the maximum dosage, has the healing, but it is simply not enough. El Rush gets the next kill, and they have a 5v4 on the map now, pushing inside of the enemy jungle. Milk and Mocha, man, that's not a proof if you can take it all, but look, they've run into Mike, and they are going to explode, but the Seraphine was so good. That was so close, but it is not going to be enough in the end. Do you believe in miracles? Because Optimal Esports Dynasty definitely do.
Dude, that was so good by OED. They played that sequence perfect. That's the exact type of aggression I was talking about. They played away from the Annies. They said, screw the Annie, we're gonna dive bot. They got the tower, they got the kill, and then even though they give up a good ult here, but it's not onto the Ahri, and I don't think it's onto the Seraphine, so it doesn't really matter. Like, we can see this in the replay. This was a great E. Kind of knocks him out by Relia E. And yeah, this is a 3-man ult. It's a 3-man ult. It's a big ult, but it's not onto Ahri. It's not onto Seraphine. And so Ahri can still take out the fight. Kush still gets ult off. Olaf isn't going to get one shot by him. This is a really, really good sequence by OED. Like, this has been a really, really good game by them. This has been probably the best played game of the series by them.
And what a bounce back too, because they looked lost in game 3 and 4. Absolutely defeated, no answers. It looked all but lost. And now all this surge of energy, they just woke up. They said they weren't going to go. They did the Team Liquid spawn speech before their game 5. We cannot go out like this. If anyone knows what I'm talking about here.
They gave themselves a chance, and they're using that chance. They're playing very well overall, and that's all you can ask for. Game, obviously, here on the absolute brink, with a Baron, with a Soul, it'd be pretty much game over, you could call it. But they don't have those objectives quite yet, so it is throwable. You do have to be accurate. And OED have had some problems in this kind of lull space before between objectives. Now it's a bit more unclear. They just have to keep doing the same thing, play away from the Annie, get vision, get prio. They can just go and try and kill this Mundo here, potentially, but the vision is a bit good.
He's stepping
They're
really
gonna
far
look
up.
for it.
Look at this damage. Your health bar is gone,
Yep,
bro.
he's
Like, you have
dead.
no business stepping up this far. El Rush will rush your health bar to
El Rush
the
is a
number
clutch bastard,
0.
man. This guy's a clutch player, man. They're gonna star hit. I feel like maybe they could play for top lane instead. They could just play on side lanes here. Starting the Baron is a bit aggressive, I feel. Not bad either, of course. Are they just gonna run it down here? Oh,
He's gonna get full combo, but
Oh,
Michael
man.
Ross didn't really do a whole lot of damage. There's the
Oh,
encore
big
1-3
ult?
combined with the beat drop,
Okay,
but
but it's
Kha'Zix
forced,
will
it's
shut
forced.
him down.
oh,
And
but
here they
Kha'Zix
go.
went
They
in a
want
little too
more.
far.
Jarm was gonna connect.
Kha'Zix got one shot.
I'm so vile. Will grab that kill.
I
QERW
don't
tanks
hate
up the
play,
entire
but
curtain
it is a
call.
little aggressive. It was just a bit aggressive. If they had Ahri also on the flank on the right timer, would have been beautiful. As is, it's still a 1-for-1 and they get top tower, so they grew the lead from 6k to 7k. Good play overall, good aggression. Accuracy may be a little ambitious.
Now, it's still 7,000 gold in the lead. Mountain Drake is going to be available in 3 minutes time. Baron buff is alive.
One of the big notes from that fight, no Seraphine ult. Or no Seraphine flash for this dragon. That is a potential weakness. The win con, the clearest win con for TMG is you probably need like a 3-man Annie ultimate that also hits either Seraphine before she ults or Ahri. And if you can one-shot the Seraphine before she gets ult off, you win the fight. If you can one-shot the Ahri and the Irelia, you probably also win the fight. Those are the two paths.
Flash is going to be probably available at least for Mike Ross before the next Drake fight, maybe for Crushing Rock as well, but that's more just to escape. Michael Ross's flash is for the repositions onto the carries to get those big ultimates like you're talking about there, Soul. So that's the important thing to pay attention to. The vision game is being played now between these two teams. Michael Ross is just taking these routes inside of the jungle, looking to try and find anyone unexpected, walking up into him. That's going to be QERW, but he just face tanks it like a champ.
Okay, QERW, you could just walk away from the Tibbers, man. Not a big deal. Like, ult will be back up for Mountain, Soul. But yeah, I mean, Poppy at this point, he has a Negatron cloak, so he can survive it. They could maybe look to start Baron with no Annie ult. That would be an extremely based play. It's an aggressive play. I'm not sure if it's a play OED are likely to make. But it's definitely possible. Like, if you were playing against a top-tier LPL team, they do this. Irelia's just scrapping with the Mundo. I'm pretty sure she might kill him.
She's just gonna kill him. Yeah, it's too easy. Kenny's done for.
Not fully sure. Okay, he commits the flash. I think he could have just committed the Ignite. Unless Ignite was like 5 seconds off CD and I couldn't see it. Committing flash instead of Ignite, a little crazy to me. Because you could argue right now it's actually worth for Mundo to die to get Irelia flash. Because this next fight is what matters. The actual, like, him dying and losing a wave doesn't really matter. Although if he loses bot tower, it's definitely worse.
Let's see what they can do, because Tibbers is coming online now. They're just going to back it right
They're
off.
just going to respect it. They have
Reset.
timer here.
45 seconds for
It does
Mountain
give
Drake.
full vision control though, which really sucks. And I mean, this time it's going to be TMG walking into OED, which is even harder. Like last fight they had the advantage. The reason why they got the ult off from Annie is because OED were walking into them. And this time TMG are going to walk forward. It's going to be harder for sure. You need a big Mike Ross moment here. And the truth is, a lot of the time, it's kind of up to the enemy team to make a mistake. Like if the enemy team plays right, very hard.
Let's see what they can do now. They're waiting. El Rush is on a flank angle here. Baron can't really be threatened because there's simply no Baron damage from OED, but Scooten's going to step right on forward. Grand Entrance is going to roll through. They want this fight.
They just
He's
need
chunked
to
60%.
chill. Just chill, hit the dragon. I feel like they stepped up a little bit too far there, and now they're going to lose mid-prio a little bit. It's still probably fine, but it just feels a little sketchy.
Pay attention to Koosh. He has really good poke.
Far up. Okay,
he can disengage.
Not the Ahri ult. Ahri ult is down. They just want to
Michael Ross is going to go in. There goes the Baron. It's going to go into the chin with the curtain call. That's huge. But can they win the fight is the question. It doesn't look like they can. No, everyone from the side of TMDK is evaporating. And that will mean probably the Baron for them. But at the very least, they deny the soul here and hold on to that little hope.
valiant effort overall. I mean, crazy that Jin got the ult steal there. I mean, it's been some silly dragon steals. But I mean, at the end of the day, OED eventually figured out, like, hey, let's go on the goddamn dragon and secure this. This could be 50-50 here. They need someone to be playing over in zone and Milk and Mocha. Because if Milk and Mocha steals this, game is very much alive.
He has
Even if he
Q-Smite.
dies to steal this.
Q-Smite
They need
is so
someone over.
strong.
They need vision. Okay, they see him. He kind of trolled putting down that ward then. Can you fight him?
They have to go because he has Q-Smite. He has Q-Smite. It does so much damage.
There's QERW.
They're going to CC him up.
Okay,
He's
yeah,
going
good,
to drop.
good.
They are going to get the
Thank the
Baron.
Lord.
Now is their
Just the
time.
American, man.
Now is their time to be able to get this win done, to crack open the base, really start it up. They can play to the next couple minutes too, because they can work the map for now with this Baron. Then they can play for that Mountain Drake, learn from the mistakes that they made. They pushed too far up, like you said, and then get the soul.
What people don't have a good grasp of, I put myself in this, I put pretty much any player in this. There's a big difference between 5k ahead and 10k ahead. When you're 5k ahead, go in like 2v3 YOLO, run in at the Annie mid with the Seraphine ult and the Olaf, you know that play? That was grief when you were 4k ahead. But if they did that again with them being 10k ahead, I bet it works. I bet they just kill her there. They just need to start a fight, and they need to start the fight by killing Annie, who has no flash. And if they do that, they should just win the game. Like, they can basically take whatever fight they want. They could probably take fights under tower. They just need to take the fight and not, like, literally just... All they need is, like, as long as Seraphine doesn't get ulted before she gets her ult off, you're probably fine.
Exactly. And now
they need to be hitting this tower. They need to hit this guy off the wave. Like, they're just playing a little bit too loose right now. A little bit sketchy. Because they're trying to get the mid wave in and all that.
And now let's see what they do. They're pushing up 2 lanes right now. Their top side wave is not pushed out, so they can't really work with that right now unless they get someone down there to do it. But without the teleport on Irelia, they can't really do this now. Let's see if they commit to this push. Their siege isn't the greatest. They don't have a lot of range. They're hoping on a charm or a beat drop to root somebody, or El Rush to just start a fight off and take it down.
Stop Irelia. It's really how they like to play.
They've already just sieged it. They've broken the base.
And then
they commit the ult. This does nothing, though. This might just be the end of the game here. That's the encore that's going to run through, too. Now they're going to start the play. Everyone is down. Elrush goes forward. He gets the kill into the Jin. It's only 2 left, Milk and Mocha and Canny. They cannot stop this from happening. It is done. We doubted them after game 3 and 4. We thought that they couldn't do it. We thought they lost all the gas they had in the tank, but they came back for a refill, and they will put to rest TMDK here in Titan Vanquisher in the opening match of playoffs. And what a way to end this best of 5.
It's a win for OE Dynasty, a tremendous win, a win that's going to resonate through the community. I want to remember like the big moments that caused this win. I want to credit El Rush. I think El Rush was the most like clutch member on this roster. He also died to like every gank they threw at him, but when the going got tough, when the big moments came, he showed up. He showed up on the Jax. He crushed on the Jax again, and then here on the Irelia, he did so much to win this game. I mean, I'm not sure if I'd give him like the actual MVP, because he did do some grief things this series, but I want to credit what he did in the big moments.
Insane. Yeah, honestly, the Irelia into the Mundo. It was a very early Dr. Mundo, so accurate and very appropriate punish.
They had to read, like they knew the Mundo was a priority, and they had the counter pick, and they executed the counter pick. I think some big moments in this game. I want to credit how bold OED was drafted in Game 2 and Game 5. I thought they had really creative drafts, daring drafts, played them really well. I want them to lean into that identity. They have very wide champ pools, top jungle. They give themselves a lot of flexibility because Kush can just play the Seraphine, play very safe bot lane. They can roam aggressive support. That's the team. That's what the team can do so well. If they lean into this identity, they're still going to be huge underdogs. Everyone's going to pick whoever they draw in quarterfinals against them, but maybe they can take a game, take 2 games, make it a series. I want them to
Any
build
number
off
one
the
seed
success.
should be at least concerned now with the performance that OED has put on for the world here in Titan Vanquisher, because they just took down a team they really weren't supposed to. Like you were saying, you might think, okay, they lost to this team now. True Minded Gaming is out now, but OED, they pulled off the win. They went through the whole gauntlet and they came out ahead. And so that is going to count for something. And we will all be keeping eyes on their run throughout the rest of playoffs, because this is now very interesting to see this result so early on before the quarterfinals even begin. In the round of 12, it went the whole distance, and congratulations to Optimal Esports Dynasty for being victorious. But that is going to conclude the stream here tonight. It's late. Thank you to everyone who stayed up extra late to see the conclusion of the series, who went that extra mile, to Sherigan, our wonderful producer, for staying up this late as well to bring us this stream and step up so that it could be streamed. Soul as well for stepping in as an emergency color caster to get it all done. And thank you everyone for watching tonight. We will sign off now, and we hope to see you in the next stream. Take care.
See you guys. Thank you for having me. It was a good experience.
Wow.